What are you teaching?
It's macro.
Macro learning.
There is person from Chicago. There is a section.
Sure. It's diverse. I started as well in the academic world.
Good morning. Good morning. So let's get started. Good morning. So my name is Javier Camacho. I'm Associate Dean for the area of Business and Business Analytics in your faculty. So I would like to thank you all for coming today to this Digital Business Week, the third edition, 2024. I would also like to thank you, our speakers, not just Richard Benjamin, but also the rest of speakers for this morning, as well as all the teachers that have been preparing with a lot of heart all these events for these 3 days. Also to the faculty members, to Laura, that has been really instrumental to arrange everything properly, to our technical team. We have arranged this with mainly 2 purposes. We have gathered 26 companies, more than 14 sessions, 2 job days, a number of additional arrangements just for you students, with 2 main purposes: to increase your employability and to bring a closer look to the company into the classroom and to bring you to companies, to the real world. That's our motto. That's our purpose with this thematic week on digital business. As you might know, you are more than 1,500 students in the area of business and business analytics, and that makes a little bit of a logistic challenge to accommodate everyone and each of you during all these sessions. So we have structured these days in a way that you can maximize your participation, your interaction with the speakers, in terms of classes and courses. So today is the day for international students, and we will have all our talks in English, as well as the interviews, all the questions, everything. All the faculty, all the teachers, everything we do, from the classrooms, the activities, the challenges, these kind of workshops, these talks, are led by our understanding, our vocation of helping you achieve your professional goals, to try to open or help you achieve your vision, to find out your vocation for your personal and professional development. this is kind of an academic event, so it is not that we have arranged this just for bringing up a few companies. We have carefully tried to devise these conferences to bring you to the latest developments or actual challenges that some organizations are facing. Being this an academic event, we are planning on recording your assistance, okay? Meaning that if you attend the whole morning, the 4 talks, you will get 0.25 credits in your university activities subject. In order to do that, we are kind of piloting a new dynamic QR assistant mode. You will see this in a minute. So in every talk, not just in this one, in every talk, a QR like this will be shown. You have to capture the QR and you will have 15 seconds to enter your ID number and click register. If you are late, okay, you can recapture it again and try it again. Okay, so think of this as a video game. Maybe the first time we are a little bit clumsy and we are not able to do that, but second time, third time, you will be able to do it. It's very important. Remember, you will have one dynamic QR in every talk, and we will grant those credits, those 0.25 credits, for the students that, in our records, have before attendance register, the attendance register for these 4 talks. Okay, so the program we have prepared for this morning, we've got top-level keynote speakers that will bring us a closer look to the challenges and opportunities of digital technologies for businesses. We will start with Richard Benjamins, the former Chief Responsible AI Officer of TELEFONICA. He's a founder of an observatory on responsible AI, and will discuss with us why should we care about developing responsible artificial intelligence. Next, we have Ignacio Gallego, who is the country manager of NOKIA, which is a company you might well know, and he will talk about transforming the future. Later, we will welcome Miguel Cervera, regional sales leader for Microsoft. He will share with us a couple of insights about an artificial intelligence powered workplace. And finally, we will close our last session talking about one of the other big challenges of technology these days, which is that of cybersecurity, with Enrique Serrano, founder and CEO of hackrocks. Again, this has been arranged for you, so try to take the most out of having the opportunity of sharing and listening to these key leaders. In every talk, we have reserved some time for your questions, so feel free to ask any questions, any doubts. I know our speakers will be more than glad to answer and share with you their thoughts. Just to remind you, this is part of our academic model in the Universidad Europea, in order to share with you best practices and learning by doing, and learning in this case by listening, by sharing experiences with top companies. So welcome to this morning in the Digital Business Week, and thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everybody, esteemed colleagues, and of course, students and other guests. Today is with great esteem and anticipation that I welcome Dr. Richard Benjamins. He's a vanguard on the topic of artificial intelligence, and with a distinguished career that combines high-quality academic research, as well as with an astonishing professional practice as well. Well, he holds a PhD in cognitive science from Amsterdam University. He's published around 150 papers, which is quite impressive, and also authored 3 books, if I'm not mistaken, as well. All his research has not only advanced our understanding of artificial and cognitive systems, but he's also delved into the critical intersection of technology with ethical principles. That is going to be mostly the topic of this first speak. Regarding this professional experience, which is, as I've told you, quite astonishing, Dr. Benjamin is the former Telefónica's chief responsible AI officer, which, as you all know, Telefónica is quite an important and relevant company here in Spain. He played also quite an important role in shaping Telefónica's approach to the ethical use of artificial intelligence. Also, as Javier mentioned, he's the co-founder of the Observatory for Social and Ethical Impact of Artificial Intelligence, ODISEA. Moreover, he's among the 100 most influential people in data-driven business, a trustee of the environmental non-profit organization CDP Europe, and co-founder and co-chair of UNESCO's Business Council for their ethical AI recommendation. In addition, he forms part of the advisory board of the Center for Digital Culture at the Vatican, of the WFE expert group on resilient AI governance and regulation, and also he's part on the MIT's Sloan's panel on responsible IA. In addition as well, he's an external artificial intelligence expert for the AI Observatory of the European Parliament. Well, today's talk is titled Towards Responsible Artificial Intelligence. In this presentation, I believe Dr. Benjamin will distill his extensive experience in the relationship both of the commercial and the social impact that artificial intelligence has. He will explain to us the technological landscape, the generative AI's unprecedented capacity to enhance global productivity and address the sector-specific applications that underscores its validity. Well, yet, I believe that the essence of this conference is not only to stand out all the artificial intelligence benefits, but to let us think and critically examine its induced ethical dilemmas, societal implications, and its role in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Developmental Goals. Well, let's engage in this presentation by Dr. Benjamin, but I encourage you to do it not just as merely spectators, but also as active participations later on the Q&A and on the dialogue on shaping what is becoming to be an artificial intelligence empowered world, which is grounded in responsibility, equity, and sustainability. Well, without further ado, please join me to extend a warm welcome to Richard Benjamin, and the floor is all yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Angel. Thank you, Javier. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to share some experiences with you. When I was your age, I was studying at the university in Amsterdam. I'm from the Netherlands. And I was very interested in finding out how people reason, so how we solve problems in daily life. And I didn't want to go to the medical or the neurological side, so I decided to go to the cognitive side. And basically what we had to do is talk to people, understand how they solve problems, and then put it into a computer. So have the computer solve the same problems as people do. And at that time, that was already called artificial intelligence. I'm speaking about the late 80s, the early 90s. And so I decided to do cognitive science with a focus on artificial intelligence. And of course, at that time, it was not really a smart subject to study, because nobody knew what it was, and there was absolutely almost no opportunity to work in the field, even though there were attempts. They speak about the winter of AI and the summer of AI. But anyway, so I'm long in the field of artificial intelligence, and I'm very happy that the last 10 years this has come up again, so I could really focus and contribute. I think what is important, the overall message that I would like to share with you is, if you are probably all will deal with technology and also with artificial intelligence in your daily lives. But it's not only about using this for generating profits and benefits for industries or for companies. It's also thinking about the potential impacts that it could have on human rights, on societies, and take that as a whole, as a holistic perspective, and not as just one perspective separate. So we all know that AI is a huge business opportunity. This is already a chart from 2017. Trillions of benefits. So the whole world more or less has 100 trillion GDP. So this is a significant part of that to improve. And that is the case because it is horizontal. So you can apply it to any aspect of life, to any economic sector. It's not just like blockchain was mostly focused on the financial sector, Internet of Things, a lot focused on the industrial sector, but this is really across any sectors and across any part of our lives. And then within each of the sector, you have hundreds of use cases how you can apply it. So sum that up, and then you have huge amounts of opportunities. And that is why it's really such a hype and has attracted so much investment over the past 5-10 years. But now there is also generative AI. So this was a chart on what we call now already traditional AI, which was revolutionary AI 5 years ago, machine learning. This is about generative AI, and there is even more opportunities in business. Again, big numbers on GDP, global GDP, and how this can help any kind of sector. And also this technology is generic technology. They call it generative AI. Sometimes they call it general purpose AI because, let's say, traditional machine learning AI is very narrow. It means you can solve a specific task like recognizing cats or recognizing faces or doing medical diagnosis for a particular disease. But generative AI you can apply, as you can see here, to a range of tasks in different sectors. And there are also generic tasks that you can use. And actually, I didn't come up with this myself. I asked ChatGPT to give some generic use cases and to specific use cases for 10 sectors, and this is what it came up with. So also very horizontal technology, very impactful in business and also in society. And I'm sure you've all used this as a tool already. What is also very important is the democratization of this technology. I mean, artificial intelligence and machine learning was already big 3 years ago. It was already everywhere in large companies. Every large company has a department of big data analytics or artificial intelligence. It was a corporate discussion, but it was very high on the agenda. But since last year, at end of 2022, with the rise of ChatGPT, suddenly it came to everybody. Every single citizen, every single consumer heard about AI, and it was available for everybody. So this is just an example of how democratized this technology is. So there are many talks online. You can listen to in TED or TED Talks or in YouTube. This is a talk of mine. It's about 40 minutes, where I speak about AI and the applications for society. And of course, nobody has time to listen to 40 minutes or 1 hour talks. So what we did here is an experiment, and we did it in 4 hours, not in 3 weeks or in 3 months. So what we did is we took the file from YouTube, we sent it to a generative AI API, to turn the sound into text. And then we send the text, we send it to ChatGPT through an API, and we said as a prompt, make a summary of 5 minutes of this text. And then we took my voice on YouTube, and we said generate a synthetic voice for this voice, and then make this voice say the summary that ChatGPT generated. And in addition, select the images that are best suited to the text that you will hear. And all that was an application that sounds very great. It took us 4 people 4 hours in a hackathon, and actually this is what you see. This is what you get.
Of how AI can be used for social good, such as in healthcare and environmental monitoring. I also emphasize the role of both.
Now, you can discuss whether this is my voice or not. Yeah? I think it's a bit similar, but it's more an American accent. Yeah? I have more a British accent. But still, so the important thing is that you can do those things in a matter of hours. Yeah? Imagine you spend weeks on it, and actually you can have a full-grade product that you can actually sell. Yeah? So the entrance barrier to do things is really going down. Yeah? Now, if you look at a specific company like TELEFONICA, there's over 500 applications of artificial intelligence in the group. Yeah? So it's an enormous amount. It's not 1 or 2 or 10 or 30. It's really in many aspects of business. Yeah? It's for business optimization. You know, anything that is a process in a company. Yeah? From detecting unsatisfied customers, from finding out what customers want to leave, depending on the sector, is deploying mobile networks, deploying fiber networks. All those processes can be optimized using machine learning, data, and artificial intelligence. So a huge opportunity. But then also you can, as we've seen, you can interact with the customers, and this was all pre-ChatGPT. Yeah? But today, all companies now are working very hard. How can they improve the relationship with the customers using the technology, using chatbots in a way that is much more natural and robust? Yeah? Of course, there are also challenges, as we will see. And finally, the same technology that you use internally, you can actually try to sell to B2B customers, to other companies, because you know how it works, you've applied it internally, and you can do that. Yeah, one of the things that in Telefonica we're still doing is taking data from the network, anonymizing it, aggregating it, and then generate mobility patterns. Yeah? And what you see here on the right-hand side is mobility of one day movements in Barcelona to 3 different places. Yeah? University, a hospital, and the harbor. And this is very relevant information for instance, public transport planning, of trying to optimize traffic management in terms of rush hours. Very important information that you can get now in a much faster, more economic, and more precise way than previously, basically was based on surveys. But it's not only business that you can improve with this technology. There are a huge amount of opportunities in the social space. Yeah? So all the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, I mean, we still have only 6 years to go to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. There are many problems still, and this technology really can help and actually should help much more than currently is the case. And that's one of the challenges we have. What you see on the right-hand side is actually activity in mobile antennas in a city in Mexico just before, during, and after an earthquake. Yeah? And when you see more lights, that means that is when the earthquake struck. Yeah? And actually, this you can see because people start to communicate. Yeah, I'm in troubles, I am fine. And actually, this is in 2012, and it opened our eyes in the sense, hey, this data is not just for the network. It is a proxy to human activity, and in cases of natural disasters, it can help governments and humanitarian organizations to better understand the impact of natural disasters. Yeah? Now, since then, we've seen natural disasters are increasingly happening almost every day, a year, also because of climate change. And therefore, this is a huge opportunity to improve, to better manage the impact of these disasters. Yeah? Another example that I have here is how this technology, so data, mobility data, was used during COVID. Yeah? So we all knew we were locked down in our houses. And what we did here is, together with 16 telecommunications operators in Europe, share this anonymized information about mobility with the European Commission, such that they could have a European overview of the development of the disease. So this is the cases of COVID. So these are COVID cases in orange, and mobility-related things. This is the blue thing. Yeah. This was done for 2 years, and was shared with every Ministry of Health in the European Union, such that they could understand how other countries were doing it and how their country was doing, and that you could zoom in on certain areas. Because if I want to look at this area, for instance, you see here Sardinia and Italy, and I looked at all the incoming traffic during a certain point of time, traffic in the sense of movement of mobile phones in groups, anonymized, then actually you could see, so this is the traffic increase, and here you see a COVID increase. Yeah? And that means that with this tool, you could actually anticipate 2 weeks before an outbreak happened, and that allowed local healthcare institutions to prepare better for what was to come, instead of being overwhelmed by an outbreak of COVID. So all examples, a huge amount of examples of using this kind of technology for social purposes. Yeah? However, we all know there are also challenges in this technology. Yeah? But it's not so much the technology itself, but it's how the technology is used by people and by organizations. You read a lot about artificial intelligence is discriminating, artificial intelligence will take our jobs, but it's never the technology itself, because technology has no intention. It's always the people or the organizations behind the technology that turns it into an application or a use case, and then you can speak about impact. Yeah? Typical examples that we've seen, yeah? Bias and discrimination. You see here a camera with a rectangle in every face, except for one face, yeah? And that face happens to be a colored face. Now, we would say this camera is discriminating against race, which is actually forbidden today. Well, if you have a little bit of understanding of how machine learning works, you know why this happens. Yeah? So machine learning is trained with a lot of data. If I want to recognize a cat, I have to show thousands of images of a cat, thousands of images without cats. And then the machine learns what are the pixels related to a cat. It doesn't know what is a cat. It doesn't know what are the ears or the nose or nothing. It simply recognizes the pattern. Now, if I train a machine with all kinds of images of white people, yeah, of course, this machine will not recognize people of a different color, simply because it hasn't seen it. Yeah? It has not been trained. So therefore, if you train an algorithm on data, always make sure that the data is representative for the target group. Now, this was a thing that happened many years ago, maybe 5-6 years ago, and it was kind of a shock. But today, everybody knows that if you're not careful in using the right data to train your artificial intelligence algorithm, you will come up with this problem. This happens in every part. Eh? If you look at machine translation, if there is no context for any translator, all doctors are males and all nurses are female. That still happens. Eh? This is a famous example. If you see as a doctor and he is a nurse, you translate it to a language that doesn't have gender, like Spanish has, but for instance Dutch or Turkish, and then you translate it back to English without any further context that he is a doctor and she is a nurse. Yeah? So he switched the gender for the stereotypical professions. Yeah? Of course, if you do this now, this for Google was also a surprise already 5 years ago. And now if you ask nurse, it says in Spanish, enfermera femenina, enfermero masculino. So it's an interference in the algorithm because the problem is not solved, but still, it gives an undesired result if you don't intervene. So actually they intervene in the algorithm to correct for this bias. Yeah? This is, if you translate with ChatGPT, there is still a problem that you have this, and you have to be careful and take care of that. There are other ethical social impact of using this technology. We all know that ChatGPT takes 10 months to train in the past, 10 millions of euro in energy consumption, a huge data center. So there is really an emissions footprint of training the data, and it is so much used that any query that you and that we all do to ChatGPT, one single query is like throwing away one glass of water. Yeah? So the water amount that is required to make these systems run is huge. Yeah? And usually we are not aware of that, and we should be, because it has a huge impact on our climate. Yeah? Of course, there are issues on explainability. These are complex algorithms. We cannot always understand how they work. In some areas, that's very important, like medical diagnosis. A doctor has to understand why a machine recommends to the doctor that the person has a severe disease, because it has serious consequences. Of course, if you recommend a movie, well, it's not so important to understand why this movie is recommended to me, because the impact, if it goes wrong, is really not so big. Yeah? Privacy, of course, is a big theme as well. And so there are a lot of ethical issues here. But all those issues, if an organization wants to avoid them, they can. Yeah? It's not always possible 100%, but if you do your best, you can avoid bias as much as possible. You can be explainable and transparent as much as possible, and you can avoid a lot of those things, especially privacy. Now, there is with generative AI, there is a new risk, yeah, because this is a technology that generates information rather than finds information or discriminates information, which was the traditional machine learning. Of course, you've all heard of hallucinations. And hallucinations happen because generative AI predicts the next word. If you put in a prompt, the only thing it does is, given this piece of text, what is the next token or word that comes? And then it takes those, and what is the next, what is the next, what is next? And surprisingly, what comes out is very coherent. So some people say, yeah, if ChatGPT doesn't know the answer, it just invents it. Well, actually, it invents everything it spits out. Everything is invented, predicted, and the surprising thing is that what is invented is so often is correct. So that's really what is the breakthrough in this technology. I did this like early 2023. So more than a year ago, I asked, who is Richard Baymans, include the sources where you got the information from. Everything is in black was correct at that time. Everything is in red is invented. It is not true. It could be true because the theme is very similar, because what those models do is they create a huge amount, a very big statistical model of what words come together with what words and what combinations. And based on that, it predicts. So it predicted a lot of good things, and then it predicted things that could be true because they're very close to what I'm working on, but actually they are completely false. And even the websites, so I made 3 websites here, they don't even exist. But it does say it with a lot of authority. So that's the risk that you have to manage. If you get answers from this kind of technology and you're not an expert in the field, you better make sure that you check and you be aware of the risk. Now, this technology is also improving because this is what I did yesterday. Who is Richard Baymans, and include the service where you got information from. Everything there is not one lie. It's all correct. I'm not saying it's complete, but everything that is written there is written. And it also says where it got the information from. So even this technology is also improving. Of course, it is not a deterministic algorithm, so it doesn't always give the same answer, because you can put a regenerate, you all know, and it gives a new answer, which is more or less the same, but slightly different. So indeed, very, very powerful still. There are many other ethical questions with this technology in general, generative AI and also AI in general. What's the impact of our work in the future? Sometimes the future of work or the work of the future. Now, there are many studies that say something about should we be afraid of this technology. If it's used in the wrong way, it will take our jobs. Translators, drivers, clerks, lots of people. You're studying something. Have you thought about whether your job might be in danger for the future? Now, all the studies, most studies, what they do, they go to specific databases about job positions and the tasks they involve. So there are things that you can, if you want to be a lawyer, there is a list of tasks that lawyers typically do. And what those studies do, for each of those tasks, they estimate how much can I automate with artificial intelligence? Yeah? And sometimes it's 100%, sometimes it's less. And here you see an average 25% of the tasks can be automated according to this study. And this is per different sector. Yeah? With this, you can say, okay, you believe it or you don't believe it, but you could have a thought about it. Yeah? There is another approach. This is from a book, and this is also it's an opinion of a person, but I find it insightful. He says that there are cognitive skills and physical skills. Yeah? Of course, physical skills is with labor, with robots. But the cognitive part is the thinking part, is where generative AI applies. And you have two dimensions. Yeah? One is whether something is about optimization and repetition, or whether it is about being strategic and being creative. Yeah? And the other dimension is how social is the job. Do you have to interact with a lot of other people, or you can do it by yourself alone? Yeah? Now, with two dimensions, you said if it's very creative or strategic and it's very social, you're in the safe zone. Yeah? So if you are a CEO of a company, don't worry. Yeah? If you are a criminal defense attorney, of course, you have to be very creative to get the criminals out of prison. Don't worry. But if you are repetitive, you have a repetitive optimization job, and you can do it on yourself, well, be aware, because that's where you might be more impacted. Now look at what you study and see how it fits here, and you can have an idea how you should move it. Yeah? There is an area that they call human veneer. For instance, a teacher. It's very hard to automate a teacher 100%. Yeah? Of course, you can automate, prepare me an exam, or check my exams, or give me an assignment for students where they have to work in two groups and talk about whatever. ChatGPT, generative AI can do. Draw me an image, etc. They can help you. They can help the teacher. Yeah? But then, in the interaction with the students, there always needs to be a person in the loop. Otherwise, it becomes still very awkward, and it's not flexible because people are very good in creativity, communication, collaboration, and critical thinking. Things that machines today still cannot do. So this is an impact, and there are a huge amount of other more second derivations impact. If less people are working because they don't need to work, so this technology, as we saw in the beginning, increases the GDP. So it increases wealth in organizations, increases wealth in countries. But if we need not everybody to work to reach that growth in GDP, maybe 70% of the people need to work and the other 30% doesn't need to work. It's not that they want to work, it's not that they cannot work, simply it's not needed that they work. So what happens to those people? So if they don't work, they need income from somewhere, but they don't pay income taxes. So there is a kind of loop that is not sustainable. It's actually an economic question that is unsolved. Should we ask taxes to automation? For every robot that substitutes people, the robot has to pay taxes so that this money can be used to pay the people who are not needed anymore. And it's not unemployed, they are not needed anymore. Do we need a universal basic income to sustain this all? Nobody knows. Working for everybody, for most people, is a purpose of life. What are you doing? Well, first thing, I'm an accountant, I'm a lawyer. If you don't need to work, what are you doing? Well, I'm going to the fitness. So purpose of life, if work is not necessary, what is the purpose of life? We have to change. It's again an economic question. We only value today money. Successful people have the highest salaries. Successful companies value most on the stock market. And successful countries, because of growth, get their governments elected. So the only thing that we measure today is economic impact, whereas we should value other things to keep society running. And that's a change that is needed, I think, but was very hard to make happen. One of the biggest challenges today, and the visible challenges, is what they call the deep fakes. So this is one of the most deep fakes. There was already 5 years ago, which I will show here now.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time. How about this? Simply, President Trump is a total and complete dipshit. Now, you see, I would never say these things, at least not in a public address, but someone else would. Someone like Jordan Peele. This is a dangerous time. Moving forward, we need to be...
So I think you all have seen this video, yeah? So this is Jordan Peele saying things in real time, but actually what the people see is something else, yeah? So this is the typical deepfakes, can have a huge impact in elections and everything. And this was 5 years ago, and probably it took several months, yeah, by engineers to develop this technology and to make it look good. Yeah? But today, this is in the hands of everybody. Yeah? And that's we've seen that last year, one of the issues of, so this deepfake pornification, yeah, of people. You take, in this case, you all know, yeah, they took the photo of a young girl and then built the body with artificial intelligence as a person, and then distribute this in social media or in WhatsApp. Yeah, huge impact. And of course, these were young people, adolescents, 12 years, 14 years. It's not really, of course, they wanted to make a joke, yeah? So they couldn't be aware of the impact that it could have. So it's not really intended, it's unintended, but still. Yeah? So this is a reason of the democratization of this technology. And if you only think about doing things, bring it as quick as possible to the market without understanding what the potential impact could be. So we have to be very careful with this technology. Now, some of those risks that I mentioned here are really not for individual organizations to deal with. This is governments that have to take a decision. It's regulation, it's agreements, it's actually international agreements. Right? How do we deal with liability? If an autonomous car kills somebody, who is liable? Is it the owner of the car? Is it the shop where the car was bought? Is it the factory, the brand that built the car, or is it even the company that developed the software for the car? Yeah? So those things will need to be settled down. Yeah? In terms of generative AI, intellectual property, still an open debate. Yeah? All that knowledge that is on the internet that is used to train, the producers of this knowledge do not get any benefit for this being used by a system that is then later commercialized. Yeah? So many things are open. Yeah? The interference of this technology in elections. So this is the year of elections. Half of the planet has elections. Yeah? We saw already in 2016 with Brexit in the US election that artificial intelligence, the use of artificial intelligence to influence people to vote in a certain direction, in kind of manipulation, was present there. Yeah? Of course, if there are very big differences, maybe it doesn't impact, but if it's a very close call, then it might trigger the difference. So those things, how do you deal with that? Those are things that governments have to decide, and it's not easy, but regulations are coming. Yeah? Now, overall in the world, there are some databases that record AI incidents. Yeah? So there are more than 8,000. That is in real time. So probably now there are already 9,000. One is of the OECD, very interesting. And the one is of an AI association in the US, about 2,000. And the severity of the impact is usually non-physical. Yeah? So it's about discrimination. It's not about death, even though there are examples of physical harm and death. Yeah? And but 8,000 incidents in the world, is that a lot? It sounds a lot, yeah, as such, but is it really a lot? In Spain, there are about 6,000 people who are severely injured or die because of traffic accidents on the road. So 6,000, 8,000 is more or less the same order of magnitude, and there's only one country. So we also have to see it in a larger perspective. But of course, 8,000 is a lot, yeah. And we did with the observatory, we did some kind of analysis of those databases in terms of where do they happen. By far in the United States, most of it. Who is impacted? Civil society is a lot impacted, but then all the other vulnerable groups like children, racial and ethnic groups, and also what is affected. Yeah? Is it human rights? Is it psychological, reputational, or economic? So very interesting to see, instead of talking in general about the impact of AI, what could it do, but actually what is happening in incident, when it's going wrong, where it's going wrong, and how is it going wrong. Yeah? So we analyzed that, and we wrote a report on that, which we will publish shortly. Now, what is happening in the world to manage those risks? Yeah? And there are basically three big blocks of approaches. Yeah? There is regulation, that means making laws on the use of this technology. What can you use it for and what not, and what do you have to do if you want to use it. International recommendations, so bringing countries together and together decide on what is the best way to move forward in terms of artificial intelligence. Or self-regulation. Yeah? Every single organization may decide, I want to use artificial intelligence for the benefit or avoiding certain harm. Yeah? Now, what is most in the picture today, of course, is regulation. So this is the European AI Act. Actually, today it will be voted in the European Parliament on the final text. And if this is approved, that means that 2 years from now, it will be fully in place. Yeah? The key parts of this regulation is that it's based on fundamental rights. Yeah? It protects fundamental rights. And the other key point is it's risk-based. So there is an unacceptable risk, and applications that have an unacceptable risk are forbidden, will be forbidden. You cannot use it. There is high risk. That means if you use it, you may use it, but because if it goes wrong, the impact on people's lives is very high and on human rights is very high. Therefore, you have to comply with certain obligations. Then there is medium risk, where you have a transparency obligation. For instance, if you generate an image with DALL-E or with ChatGPT of generative AI, you have to put an icon saying this is generated by a machine and not by people, to avoid fake news. And then you have minimal risk, and that means the large majority of the applications will have little risk, like recommendations of videos or whatever, even though that it also depends whether that's high or low risk or not. But so they have no requirements. What is unacceptable is cameras everywhere in the street, trying to recognize people on the street, in public spaces to find criminals. That is forbidden, unless it's for finding missing children or for specific things of national security. What is also forbidden is using artificial intelligence in the labor market. So if you want to hire, fire, promote or demote people using artificial intelligence, then that is high risk. But if you want to recognize emotions in the workspace of employees, or if you want to recognize emotions of students in the educational space, that is also forbidden. Yeah? So we had this proctoring during COVID, where you had to do an exam, and then everything was scanned to see whether students were copying. Definitely that is high risk, and you have to go through a certain process. Yeah? But if it detects emotions to see whether the student is nervous, to find out whether the student cheats, or is in contact with other people, if that's based on emotions, it's actually forbidden. Yeah? And if a university is doing that, there is a fine of 7% of the global revenue, or 35 million, whichever is higher. So this is a big impact. And this is because those are things in Europe we don't, or they don't want to happen. Now you can agree or not, but this is all about the responsible use of this technology. It's not about the technology itself, but it's about how you use this technology and for what purposes. There is also an international recommendation, as I said, for instance, this is one of UNESCO, and the important thing of UNESCO is it's signed by 193 countries. So there are a bit more countries in the world, but even Russia, China, Iran, United States, they're all in the UNESCO recommendation. And even though we know they're not applying everything what they say, it's still important to have them talking to each other and to agreeing on them, and then slowly moving forward to enforcement of this. Because if you isolate yourself as a country, so we do the best AI in the world, the most responsible, but the rest doesn't care, then actually it doesn't really help. So this is, it's very ambitious, but very important. And then you have the part of self-regulation. So what can an organization do itself to make sure that AI is used in a responsible way. And that's the last part I wanted to share with you. Now, as Javier said, I just left Telefonica about 10 days ago. So in 2018, I started working on how can we use AI in a responsible way. And the first thing we did as a company was issue some principles. And we said, all the artificial intelligence we use should first be fair. So it should not discriminate against anything that is illegal, gender, race, whatever. It should be transparent and explainable when the use case requires it. So if we provide a loan to somebody, it should be explainable and transparent. If we give somebody a contract, etc., and we use AI for that, then it should be. And it should also be human-centric, so have the right supervision by humans if needed, and also, of course, with privacy and security. And very important, across our value chain. So not only for ourselves, but everyone that either internally uses, develops, buys or sells this technology is impacted by those principles. And then if we, of course, work with providers, then we ask the providers to do the same. And if we work with people in the value chain that sell things for us or resell, then also we have to take care of this. Now, then it took us several years to put this into practice. So because one thing is saying, we want to do this, but another thing is, so how do you make it happen? And actually, when the European AI Act, the regulation comes into force, then actually this is compulsory. And every company, every organization that uses AI needs this. Now, in this process, we call it responsible AI by design. It means it's not that you put something in the market and then you think, oh, now let's see what the impact is or how responsible it is. No, you do it from the beginning. That's design. So we do a lot of training with our employees in order for them to understand what it means. Of course, we have a questionnaire. We ask questions, and kind of questions where people have said, this AI system, what is the purpose? What AI technology is used? What data is it used? Is it built in-house? Is it bought from a provider, etc., etc.? And then we do a risk assessment on top of it. And this risk assessment gives requirements that have to implement it. If the implementation is okay, then it can go forward. If there are discussions, then it goes to a discussion forum. And finally, what you need is a governance model. You need roles, responsibilities of who's responsible for what and who has to do what and what is the workflow to make that happen. To assess the risk, what we do is, first we assess the risk in terms of severity, because it's not the same, as I said, a recommendation of a movie where something goes wrong, or you do a medical diagnosis. So the severity of the impact is very different. The scale, does it happen to 10 people, 10, 100, thousands, a million, a full country? Or, as we see in some services, 4 billion people in the world. And the probability. So what is the probability that it goes wrong? If you do facial recognition for unlocking your phone, well, it should be 90 plus, because if it doesn't work, it's not good. But if you're going to find out what is the best movie to recommend, maybe 70% is good enough, because the 30% doesn't have impact. So it's very important, the probability as well. And then you evaluate for each of the principles how it is treated and how is it affected by the specific application. Now, what we identified several new organizational roles. We have a responsible AI champion, the person in the business that is responsible for doing the dialogue, for training, for understanding what happens. If there is debate, we have an AI ethics committee where we discuss those things from an ethical perspective. So one of the things we discussed was if we do recommendation, in this case was of devices, of mobile phones, should we use gender? Should we take the gender into account if we want to make a recommendation? We analyzed the situation, we discussed, and then we decided to remove it, because we did use it, but then we did the analysis. Actually, we removed it from it because think, okay, if I want to make a recommendation, it shouldn't be important whether this is for a man or a woman. And then, of course, this is a change process, as any process in companies, so you have to push it a bit. Therefore, you need a kind of change management organization that temporarily pushes it around the organization. And once it's business as usual, you can just remove it. There's a lot of discussion, my last message, that there might be a trade-off between being responsible and be innovative. Yeah? So regulation versus innovation. Yeah? Europe versus US. And what I'm trying to say, actually, that is a fallacy in thinking, because who are the leaders in AI today? Of course, it's the United States. Yeah? Now, is there any regulation on artificial intelligence today? No, there isn't. So if regulation were the problem, why isn't there any big tech in Europe? Yeah? Of course, there were a few, like Skype, yeah? Or Spotify, but still, the most important ones are in the US. So there's actually a lot of value, business value, in being responsible. First, investors are more and more looking to those things. Investors in the past didn't care about climate change. Now, before they make an investment, they want to know how good is their investment, how bad is it on climate change. If the company is not an A ranking in climate change, the likelihood of receiving investment is going down. The same will happen with ethical. Yeah? The more ethical and responsible companies are, the more attractive are they for long-term investors. Customers, society is requiring companies to be responsible more and more. What I say, especially your generation, the younger generations, they don't only care about making money in a company. They want a company that is responsible. Yeah? So customers trust and also attract talent, yeah? And retain talent. So there are different business opportunities, yeah? And therefore it's important to do this. And then finally, all this is not easy. Yeah? So this is a whole transformation process. There's digital transformation in companies, and the AI and data transformation is one of them. Companies cannot think, okay, let's do tomorrow artificial intelligence. No, they have to plan, they have to think. TELEFONICA did it in more than 10 years, but if you start today, you could do it, I think, in 5 years. But still, it's a painful process. Yeah? And actually, there are lots of lessons learned in the past, and that is what I try to write down in the book, which is called The Data-Driven Company, where I analyze what are the different steps and decisions that organizations need to take in order to create value at scale from this technology. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Hi. Well, thank you very much, Richard. This was a quite impressive presentation. Let's start with the Q&A. I have a couple of comments myself, so maybe I can start before jumping into the students' questions. One of the things that interested me the most was this diagram in one of your slides about the labor market and one of the endangered zones and safer jobs. But do you really think that those jobs are really in danger of being destroyed, or is it more about being transformed? Because if we pay attention to economic history, one of the most important things that economic history told us, well, still tells us, is that in every change in the paradigm, the labor market is not affected. The unemployment is not affected, but the labor market is being restructured. I can think about the Industrial Revolution, this change in the paradigm, societies moving from being agricultural mostly to being capitalized, and we can see that unemployment was not affected, but societies were, and we increased in wealth. Also in the 90s. In the 90s, we lived another technological revolution with the emergence of internet. Yeah. And maybe back at the time in the 90s, there were people that were quite worried about, okay, maybe I'm going to lose my job, but we know for sure right now that...
All right, so there are three things here. First, this is all about opinions. Nobody knows what will happen, yeah? So this is my opinion.
It's just economic theory.
There are lots of studies, but the studies do not coincide. Yeah? Last week I was in New York, it was about AI and the labor market, and there was one person who did analysis of the labor markets, mostly in the US, and there is a constant line going down of unemployment rates. So there are less and less people who are available for work, which is completely contradictory to AI automating our jobs away. Yeah? So I think it's true, because the baby boomers will soon leave, so that will leave a huge gap of labor. And of course, AI can help to fill that up. Yeah? Now, the other thing is that actually I forgot the last point I wanted to say.
No, it was basically if you think that those jobs are really in danger, but you just answer.
No, they will be transformed. Yeah,
exactly. It's like matter, right? It's not.
But there is one difference in this technology compared to previous revolutions: is the speed. Yeah, so in the past, society had the possibility to adapt a bit. Yeah? So there were some jobs phased out, and actually a lot of jobs got destroyed, but they got destroyed so slowly that there was time to adapt. Now this is happening in a matter of years. Yeah? So within very few generations, so it might be difficult to adapt. So the people that will be displaced, and it's debatable of how many that will be, I completely agree, but the people that will be bigger in a shorter time. And I think that's where governments have to step in.
Well, thank you. I have another concern, which is what kind of incentives has a company to apply self-regulation regardless of the government? I mean, in the case that there is no governmental regulations, what could be the incentives for a company to start being self-regulated in these ethical issues of artificial intelligence?
That was the last slide that I had, yeah? So it's the business benefits. Of course, if you only think in terms of profit, then maybe you don't care. What is the impact of society or on people? But today that's harder and harder. Yeah? So companies are more and more being held responsible by society, by governments, and also by investors. And because, as I said, money makes the world go round. When investors come, then it starts to matter. So the first thing, so Telefonica is on several rankings of social, so digital rights, privacy, free speech, and the fact that it appears in the top ranking is what investors look at. So it's not only about doing the good thing, doing the right thing, which hopefully companies will do. And actually, it's a shame that it is, again, economic incentives that makes companies behave better. But it's the way it works. But still, there are benefits. Yeah? Also, attraction and retention of talent. And now I'm saying theory, but I mean, it's all the people here. Would you care to work for any company, or would you give a plus to a company that acts responsibly? I don't know. Who doesn't care? Well, who cares about the act of the company, how it behaves? Can you raise your hand? And who doesn't care? Of course, a difficult question to answer. Well, there's some hands as well. No. Okay, so.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can start the Q&A then with the audience.
I'm going to take my notes. Sorry.
Maybe we can do this one.
You talked about the robotext before in your presentation. It was to know if you think in the near future AI will be able to generate income and pay taxes without the help of a human behind it.
It could be, yeah. It could be. Generate income on its own. It wouldn't do it on its own. There would also be always be people behind who instruct the AI to generate money by itself. Yeah? If you look, for instance, today at the stock market, so 70% of the stock market is algorithmic trading. It is happening by itself. And in all those transactions, taxes have to be paid. And this is all done automatically. So to some extent, it is already happening. But an AI system that decides by itself, I'm going to make money and I'm going to pay taxes, of course, that will not happen in the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Richard. I'm Dutch, so that's why.
Okay.
My question is, I'm an exchange student, of course, and I noticed that teachers here, some teachers are supporting the use of AI and some teachers are against it. What do you think of the use of AI within the school system?
Well, personally, I think if you look at society in general, so everything has changed over the past 100 years. Almost everything. Nothing is the same, except for education. Of course, it has changed to some extent, and more in one place than in other places. But still, there is a teacher, and there are students, and it's mostly one way. I'm exaggerating. And of course, I think ChatGPT and generative AI is strengthening to some extent this modus of operandus, and I think therefore it's very good. I think it's an opportunity to reinvent education, which should have been done many years ago, but now it has to happen. Now, if you look at the secondary school, so high school, so we did some courses with the NGO on social impact of AI for teachers, teachers of high school, because they're very afraid of ChatGPT. I think the students use it for everything and they don't learn anything. But to train them on using ChatGPT actually to improve the interaction with the students. And as I said, we did also some experiments where the difficult part of students, of teachers of high school is they have to come up with new exams all the time about the same material, but it shouldn't be the same because otherwise, and you can ask ChatGPT, we did a test with teachers where we had official questions, exam questions of the Spanish government, and we asked ChatGPT with some prompts to generate equally difficult questions. And then we asked the teachers to say, okay, which one is generated by people and which one is generated by ChatGPT, and they couldn't. They could not. It was not even 50%, which is a guessing. It was less than 50%. So there is an opportunity to use this technology also from the teacher side, but you have to do it in a different way. You can't just ask, write me an essay. You have to ask, find out what's wrong with this essay that is written by generative AI.
So would you allow it? Sorry.
No,
would you allow it to? Would you allow the use of ChatGPT in the school system? Yes.
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. That's all.
Well, I don't believe we have time for more questions. I'm so sorry. Well, thank you very much, Richard. It's been fantastic.
Sorry. Yeah, we will continue now with another talk. So you can stay. We will have a break at 11:30. Okay, we will have a break at 11:30. Now we will continue with another talk. If you want to stay.
Hello. Okay, guys, let's start, please. Okay. So, good morning, everyone. So, most of you are either my students now or were my students, huh? So, and welcome to the Digital Business Week at Universidad Europea, where today we gather to explore the transformative power of digital innovation. So, as most of you know, I'm Ahmed Bakri, your moderator for this engaging session titled Transforming the Future. So, before we begin, I would like to share a personal note. My first mobile phone was a Nokia 3310, where we used to play Snake all day. A device that not only stood the test of time, but also introduced me to Nokia's timeless slogan, connecting people. This slogan resonated with me deeply, underscoring the importance of technology in bringing us closer together, a philosophy that continues to inspire my passion for digital technology. Today, we are privileged to have a luminary who has played a crucial role in the domain of telecommunications. He is the president of Nokia Spain and has been shaping the future of connectivity since March 2018, in addition to serving as the sales director for Telefonica Spain. With over 29 years in telecommunications industry, his expertise in forging customer relationship and implementing cutting-edge solutions has been instrumental in advancing our connected world. Holder of a telecommunications engineering degree from the Polytechnic University in Madrid and a management development program degree from IESE, he is also a lover of water and mountain sport, cooking, and reading. Born in Baracaldo in 1964, I am honored to introduce Mr. Ignacio Gallego, who will share his invaluable insights on transforming the future. After Mr. Gallego's presentation, as you know, we will open the floor for Q&As. This will be opportunity to ask questions and gain deeper insight in today's discussion. So I encourage you to think of questions while listening to the presentation. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Gallego as we anticipate a session full of inspiration and insight into how digital innovation shapes our tomorrow.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gallego, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, Ahmed. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your warm and complete presentation. I'm happy to hear that somebody in this room knows about Nokia. So you are young people. And how many of you knew about Nokia before this session? Wow. I'm astonished. So Nokia, we are going today to talk about transforming the future. But before going there, let me go a bit into the past and let me talk about Nokia for 5 minutes. Telephones are the area probably where Nokia is most known in the world. But if I tell you three things, three products: toilet paper, cable, electric cables, rubber tires for vehicles. If you choose one of those three where Nokia may have been leading the industry before, what you would pick? Who picks paper? No one. Electric cables? Maybe. Rubber tires for vehicles? Some. All those three and more were areas where Nokia has led the industry. Founded in 1865, so more than 150 years of activity. I think not many companies in the world can host that long standing in the industry without dying. If you think about the big companies today, handful of them probably have been there for 100 years, but most of them less than 30. We are in the area of technology, internet, AI. We heard a very interesting presentation before. Those companies are pretty young, not Nokia. We are an old company, but I tell you one secret. The key to remain alive in the industry is innovation. Innovation and technology are linked close together, and in these times more than ever before. So starting as a paper mill close to the Nokian Virta River in Finland, this journey was evolving through innovation, through always looking at alternative areas where the society, the market is having a need, and then putting the means to develop something to cope with those needs. And of course, these telephones were the ones that made us famous in this generation. So before Steve Jobs decided to change completely the world with the iPhone concept, Nokia was leading the market of telephones with more than 30% market share worldwide. Today, the top leader, which is Apple, in this business, holds less than 20% market share. Nokia had more than 30%. Okay? Of course, scale is different because now everyone has a smartphone. In the late 90s, beginning of this century, not that many people hold a telephone like that, but it was a huge business. And Nokia was accounting for more than 10% of the GDP of Finland as a country at that time. So it was a huge company. But, well, things evolve, and we as a company have evolved as well. So today, I want to show you a short video of where Nokia sits in the industry and what we are doing. So if this works, I have to move to Google. Yeah.
We've been adapting to change for over 150 years. Now, we're driving the next evolution, where networks meet cloud, alive with intelligence, enabling people, machines, and devices to interact in real time like never before, and making high-performance connectivity more consumable, adaptable, autonomous, open to innovation, to collaboration, networks that sense, think, and act. Because by working together with service providers, enterprises, and the world, we can create a more sustainable, productive, accessible future by accelerating the impact of digital to reach people, places, and industries that have never been reached before. That demands more than change. That demands transformation. For us, that means pushing further with a clear vision and a new logo that symbolizes our purpose. Because it's only when all the right pieces act together that brilliance happens. The precision of tech leadership, the dynamism of a new digital era, and the kaleidoscopic colors of innovation. This is Nokia, but not as the world has seen us before. We've always connected people. Now, we create technology that helps the world act together.
So let me return to the presentation. Here. So, as you heard, we have moved from connecting people, the logo that made us famous in the last part of the century, to a new purpose as a company. We create technology that helps the world act together. What does it mean? Well, it means that, of course, we keep very busy on innovation, and we invent technology oriented to communications, most of it, that not for the sake of it. What we look for is to have an impact in the world, combining the physical, the digital, and the human worlds, and help them acting together and synchronizing, having an impact in industries, in society, helping us with our daily lives, and being aligning productivity, sustainability, and leisure somehow. So this is our purpose today, and we are basically positioning as a B2B company. So we work with enterprises, with businesses, with service providers like TELEFONICA. We heard them before, but others in the world, Verizon, China Mobile. So we are a global company. We operate in more than, in here you have some facts and figures, we operate in more than 130 countries. We are a 22 billion euro company. This is our business per year. And we have been investing heavily in innovation, in R&D. You see in the chart, more than 150 billion euro invested in innovation, in R&D since the year 2000. So really, all of this is put at the service of enterprises and society to create a better world. And similar to what was mentioned before by Richard Benjamins, this is surrounded by an increased focus on social, environmental, and compliance. So companies, and I fully agree with his comment before to one of your questions. ESG, so environmental, social governance, is not a nice thing to have. It has business impact, and our investors, our customers, our partners demand more and more having that dimension also at the heart of our decisions every day. So in Nokia, we have this agenda of being ethical company, taking care of our environment, and as we see, this is one of our mottos as well, there is no green without digital. So the best way of helping our world in staying alive and being more sustainable as a society is applying digital for the good things, of course. So this is about Nokia. I think you have a glance of what we are today. Let's look into the future. So we are a technology company. We build products and services to help businesses and enterprises to deliver digital services. So in order to do that, in order to decide where we put our money to develop and invent new things, we have to have a clear path to what we expect the needs of the future for the technology. So we regularly have this exercise of vision for the future. Now we call Vision 2030, a 10 years horizon. Why 10 years? Usually in our industry, in the telecom industry, the innovation waves and the generation of technology usually takes 10 years to fully develop. Not only because of the effort of creating the technology, but also standardizing the technology. In our environment, standards matter a lot because this is an intensive demand of capital to invest in networks. To have a telephone that works everywhere requires an incredibly high amount of money to be deployed in antennas, in fiber, in core networks. So scale matters. And to be competitive in this business, we need a standard which is as wide as possible. And we have benefited in the last 20, 30 years of global standards that helps us to create a technology which is then deployed everywhere in the world. And that gives us the scale to remain competitive. So we have this Vision 2030. And as I say, in the past, we have gone through generations of communication technology. 2G, 3G were about human-to-human communication. Following your comment, Ahmed, it was about people talking, connecting people by voice or text. Then 4G came in the first decade of this century. And this was introducing massive usage of data and enabled also a lot of innovation around new applications, new usage of technology. For example, we know everything about Netflix, Airbnb, this kind of Spotify. So many industries changed because of technology. Now we are embedded into the 5G development. And 5G is about digitalizing the industry and the society. So the era of internet has given us a lot of tools, and we have put that into our 5G networks that will help to digitalize all the physical processes that industries and enterprises have. And what will be the next? As I said before, we see the coming future evolving from where we are today into a combination and a deeper connection between the physical, human, and digital worlds altogether. Why do we think that? Well, there are some macro trends, and you have here a list. I will not go deep into that, but in many aspects, in macroeconomics and geopolitics, we see some fragmentation in the world. I mentioned about global standards now. This is being somehow transformed, and we start to see regions in the world going different paths. Also, of course, with the populism trends in different parts of the world, some protectionism is happening across the economy, and this is also conditioning how we see the evolution of technology. Sustainability is a key aspect, as I mentioned before. Security and privacy, and most of you being part of a new generation, for sure you are very sensitive to that. Your privacy is clearly one and everyone's priority today, but security, cybersecurity is more and more important in our agendas, and cybercrime starts to be the enemy number one of the industry and the economy, because every day happen a lot of attacks that industries and public administration have to cope with. Innovation, I mentioned already. AI, by the way, we had a session on AI. AI is central across all those trends. So AI is impacting regulation, the positioning of the economical regions, can help sustainability, of course, innovation and security, and also work. And we spoke about that before. We in Nokia believe that AI, of course, will transform many jobs, but will create a lot of new jobs that doesn't exist today. And we have some hope that the net effect of AI in the work balance will be positive. Then there are some technology trends as well that condition how we shape our innovation, and AI is central to that, but not only. So the metaverse concept that many of you are familiar with is already something which is happening, not only for the, let's say, the residential usage or Facebook or Meta, which is probably the most well-known thing, but if you think about an industrial metaverse where we can, in the digital world, simulate things that are very much more difficult to do in the real world, but through digital and through technology, in the metaverse domain, we can already work with some advanced tools to improve productivity of the companies, for example. Or, of course, thinking about enterprise metaverse, and after COVID, mostly, we see in the companies, and you will see when you go to your next step working in a company, that digitalization of the workplace is a reality. So today's day in a company, meetings happen hybrid in the physical, but also digital. So everyone can choose if they connect to a meeting from home, from the car, from the office, and they meet with some colleagues at the same time that others are remotely connected, simulating, and at the end, the result is one single meeting. But collaborative tools also in the metaverse are starting to develop. So metaverse is definitely an area of focus for us, which is already creating business opportunities. The cloud is another clear trend that is already a reality, but is growing and expanding. So initially, cloud computing was targeting the big data centers for IT companies. But today, the cloud is massively adopted by probably every company to optimize their operations. And also, in our industry for telecommunications, we are adopting cloud to optimize the way we deploy networks and we operate them. And, well, the other one, Web 3.0. So the opportunity that this technology, together with blockchain, enabling new ways of interaction between peers without, let's say, an intermediate. This is something that definitely is also shaping the future and will change how we do a lot of things today by technology. So with these trends and enabling technologies, how we see the future going. We have two things that I think will define the needs for our networks. One is human augmentation. The other one is digital physical fusion. So what do I mean with those two fancy concepts? Better probably go to images than words. So digital physical fusion. Today, I spoke today already about digital twins. So modeling and deploying a digital model of a physical something can be a motor, can be a a factory, it can be a neighborhood, it can be a city, it can be a country. We can even modelize and digitalize a model of the world. Of course, we don't have the power yet to do it, but it's the vision. So by doing that, we can simulate and anticipate what will go wrong, what do we need to do in order to make sure that things happen and work. Maintenance, preventive maintenance, for example, evolving the capacity of or improving the performance of a certain machine. It's it's one of the main applications of this digital twin or digital physical fusion. Of course, this applies to modeling the body. So you can model also parts of our body to help doctors to do their work. Human augmentation. This is the other trend we think will shape the future, which is using technology to help humans to enhance their capabilities, either physical or mental. So today we already have examples in the factories of exoskeletons that are helping people to carry heavy weights, for example, without harming their bodies. More and more technology is enabling also wearables, so small, tiny devices that are carried by a person, either outside but also implanted, could be in the future, that will measure and sense how the body is performing and helping to overcome situations or anticipating injuries or this type of things. Enhancing the capability of our vision, for example, implanting tiny chips in our brain or in our skin to measure and to send information for healthcare or for even for surveillance activities. So this is the type of things that we think will condition the requires for the networks, which is our job. We need to deploy the technology that will enable all those use cases. So this, of course, if you think about it, millions and millions of devices sending and receiving information in real time. Most of that will be video information. So this requires way more connectivity capabilities than we have today in the world. So we have deployed networks with 5G, with fiber, optical fiber. All of that is coping with the needs of today, but if we want to address these trends and what we expect the future will require from the networks, we need to further develop the capabilities in the current communication networks. And here is where my engineer mind comes into play. And as you are not engineers and do not have an interest probably in detailed technology, I will skip this. But just to mention that there are a lot of domains where the current networks, which are very powerful today, will need to evolve to provide symmetric, real-time, secure, and let's say sustainable exchange of traffic, because also these type of networks demand, let's say, a crazy amount of energy. So sustainability and optimization of the consumption of energy, it goes together with increasing capacity of the networks. Because otherwise, we will have a perfect network that will kill the world. So, in a summary, and this is my last message, combining what we think the usage of technology will require from us and the way we are developing technology, we end in what we think networks that sense, think, and act. So they will be collecting a lot of data, so they will autonomously collect all the information through AI and other enabling technologies. They will think, they will process, cloud computing will help, and then AI also will help to networks to act, to take action, many times without human intervention, because otherwise the current way of operating the technology and the communication networks will not allow us to go to the nice use cases that I described before. And this is my last message, so I don't know if how we are in time, but I'm open to questions now. Thank you very much.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Gallego, for the amazing presentation about NOKIA, which means a lot to me, NOKIA. And not to the guys, of course, because the guys are from the new era, not as we are. So it's for a specific age range, the NOKIA, you know this. So it's amazing to hear about NOKIA, and I really hope that NOKIA in the future is back to its previous importance and like people running to buy the NOKIA as it was before. So thank you very much for all the information. Before listening to the questions of the students, I have 2 questions, then I will take the questions from our dear students. So I have 2 questions. First, NOKIA has been a key player in the development of the 5G technology, as I know. Can you share insights into how 5G will transform consumer experiences and industrial capabilities in the coming years? That's one. And 2, the question that's very important to know, how do you view Nokia's position in the current market landscape, and do you believe it has the potential to reclaim its leadership position as it held in the past? So do you think in the future, after 2030, Nokia will be back to its place? People will be running in September as they do for the iPhone and go buy the new Nokia? Do you think this will happen? Are they working on this or no? So these are my questions.
Okay,
are they
thank you.
implementing anything to achieve this?
Thank you for your questions. I don't need I have a microphone here. So I will start for the second one. Yes. So as you see, Nokia is now working in a different environment. It's not the consumer handset environment where we used to play during 30 years in our history of more than 150. So during 30 years of our history, we were leading the market on the earliest stages of the mobile telephone industry from the handset point of view. Today, we are already a market leader in technology supporting the telephones. So every session in a mobile phone, either voice or data, that any one of us can have will go through a Nokia device. It's not a handset, but it's either an antenna or an ending point for a fiber, or it will be a router in the core network of Telefonica or Vodafone. So we are already a market leader in that domain. And as I said before, Nokia has evolved as a company, and today we are not targeting the handset, so the smartphone business, which is very specific and requires a different approach to what Nokia is today. But this is already evolving. So As we saw in the presentation, the technology and the devices will evolve as well. So what we think that today is let's say, will remain forever, which is the smartphone, will evolve. And probably in few years from now, we will start to see new type of devices that will be taking step by step part of the position that the smartphones have today. And mostly devoted to video, we start to see early stages of virtual reality glasses, for example. This is an area that will definitely evolve and expand. And but not only, as I mentioned, Internet of Things will change significantly the way humans interact with technology. And in a futuristic approach or view, we see implants of chips under our skin to avoid to carry sometimes nasty thing that we need to recharge every 24 hours, or it will be different thing. So humans will interact with technology in a different way for sure in the future. And in that space, Nokia is always looking for opportunities. So who knows, maybe today we are more in the enterprise and the B2B space where we are not that well known, and consumer products like iPhones or TVs or other type of devices are in the head of everyone. But now we target companies to be our main customers.
So your current target is not customers or smartphones?
Exactly.
Okay. B2B or?
We license our technology because in one of the charts that I showed, I didn't mention, but we hold more than 6,000 patent families which are essential to 5G. So we have every smartphone that you have in your pocket has Nokia technology inside. And we license our technology to Apple, Samsung, Huawei, Oppo, everyone. But not only the smartphones. Every connected car that we are driving today has Nokia technology inside, because we license to Ford, to Mercedes, to Volkswagen. So we have agreements with all those companies that have connectivity needs in their devices, and they use our technology. It's our intellectual property, which is a precious asset for us. And we continue investing in technology and patenting that, because this is a source of income for Nokia. So we are not targeting the consumer space, but we are present there through others. So this is your second question. On your
you are
first
still
question.
connecting people.
Exactly.
Of course.
On the first question about 5G, well, of course, we are still developing 5G. I mentioned 5G is every generation takes 10 years to develop. We are in the middle of 5G deployment. And to give you a very high-level framework, there is an international standardization entity, which is the 3GPP, it's called like that, which has the duty on behalf of all the industry to define the standard that every one of us will follow. So every year, every 18 months, there is a new release of the standard that implement or include how to deploy new capabilities in the technology. So, for example, the release 28 of the 3GPP, which is coming in a matter of months, will enhance the current 5G networks with additional capabilities that then our equipment have to fulfill. And when we deploy those equipment, usually through software, so it's a software upgrade of the networks. It's not to replace equipment. It's just to download new software that you enhance the capability of the 5G network. So the 5G started with the basic enhancement from 4G, which were more bandwidth and more performance. So for a consumer, it was to download quicker and faster certain content, typically video. But for industries, the benefits of 5G are starting to appear now. Why? Because one of the attributes of 5G is latency. So the time that takes for one piece of information to go from one point to another. And 5G improves that dimension, which is critical for industries, in one order of magnitude. Instead of 10 milliseconds, in 1 millisecond, one information goes from the origin to the endpoint. Which is the impact of this? If you think about a factory where there are robots, automated robots working together with people, with operational people in collaboration. We call that collaborative robotics. It's important that whenever something happens, the robot gets immediate information to react, to avoid harm to the person which is working close by, or even to take a decision that if, let's say, an autonomous vehicle is carrying certain materials and something breaks and the material is spilled over the floor, that the device can react in real time instead of creating a mess in the factory. No? So these type of things are starting to be implemented in the standard and will be real in a matter of months. Furthermore, there is another capability of 5G, which is called RedCap, Reduced Capability, which is a fancy acronym. Our industry has thousands of acronyms, so you can believe it. This RedCap, what helps is to start populating any place, typically an industrial plant or an enterprise, with sensors, which are reduced capability. So they do not consume practically anything in terms of battery, and they last for 10, 12 years without maintenance. This has a lot of impact in several domains, for example, agriculture, where we start deploying those tiny sensors across a big agriculture field, and you get information about humidity, temperature, if there is a plague there that you need to cope with, the growth of the harvest. So those measurements are starting to be economically viable with 5G, were not in the past. So this 5G, to your question, 5G will transform and will digitalize physical industries and physical activities big time. And this is starting to happen now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's see our students. We start.
One question over there.
Okay.
Hello. How feasible do you think the acceptance of the human augmentation would be? Like I know a lot of people that would not like to have a chip in their eye or in their brain or whatever. So how difficult do you think it's going to be that like implementation into society?
Well, it will depend on us. Technology will not be the barrier. The technology, as Richard mentioned before, the pace of change in technology gets faster and faster every year. So things that were happening in the technology 30 years ago in years now happen in weeks. So technology will not be the barrier for that kind of things. But ethical things will, and regulation, and again, going to the topics that were mentioned in the previous session, will be relevant, because inserting certain devices in a body, it's not only about augmenting the capabilities of the body. It's, of course, the person has to be agreed with that, but how you regulate and how you control that the impact of that in the person itself, but around the person, how that will condition the way we interact as human beings and with the entities. So probably I'm not answering your question, but what I tell you is technology will not be the barrier. The barrier will be how we as a society want to make that happen.
We accept it.
Yeah. More questions?
Okay, more questions? Questions, guys?
There is one question here.
Thank you very much for your presentation first, very interesting. Here today we have students of international trade. So I would ask you just a very general thing, to help him to be applying part of the theoretical things that we are, learning. And it's just about, the events that we had, like the pandemic, the wars, the trade war, for instance, between in the times of Trump, all these events that we in general analyze the impact. In the case of a global company as important as Nokia, you can just give some insight of how has affected the strategy, or it's just overcoming according to what's happening, something to learn for the students. Yeah, just
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your question. Very, very interesting. So COVID pandemic was, I think, was a big event with impact in every area of the world. We were all confined, and that for a technology company like ours, it I have to say that put us under the pressure of having the responsibility to enable the world to continue working. Because all of a sudden, from one day to the other, probably 90% of the world were confined at home, and the networks that we have built with our customers typically are dimensioned for completely the opposite, to put the capability of connection at the offices, at the workplaces. Of course, at home, there are also technology applications, and we have typically video and audio applications, but from one day to the other, we needed to make sure and to allow the networks to balance the traffic completely to different areas which were not initially dimensioned for that. And well, in Spain particularly, we were lucky because in our country, fiber is widely deployed in homes, but this is not the case in many parts of the world, not even in Europe. So we always say that Spain has more on fiber deployed, optical fiber deployed, than the top other 4 countries together. So in this sense, we were pioneers and we were benefiting from that. But even in those places where fiber was not present, we had to do a big effort with the communication service providers to deliver much bigger quantities of equipment than forecasted. So we needed to accelerate the pace of production in our factories to deploy massively new connectivity capabilities in the network. This is how we see ours impacting the situations. Also, in the case of a war, for example, in Ukraine, we had also to communications are critical in today's modern warfare. Communications are a critical service for the civil population, but is also critical for the military applications and how to apply. You see in the news, for example, drones are used every day there. So Communications are at the heart of the forward action of a war, but also on caring about the people. And there we have, of course, operations in Ukraine, and we put all the effort there to recover whatever is damaged in the communication networks to allow people to communicate. We see also in the aspects of the daily work and now going to the impact of a company like us. We were already, before that event of COVID, a highly digitalized company. So we were already having tools to work together. We are a multinational in more than 130 countries. So it is typical that teams have members in more than one place, 1, 3, 4 different countries working together every day. So in this sense, the impact on our daily operations were not that big because we were able to continue working seamlessly, I would say. But it's clear that if we look 4 years back, the way we work today as a result of the pandemic has improved significantly because now tools, and this is not NOKIA solutions, but the collaborative tools that we have, for example, from Microsoft or from Zoom, Teams, these kind of applications helps us big time to improve our productivity working remotely, which is basically what we extracted from that experience, no? To work from every place with the same capabilities as you if you were at the office.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Gallego. Thank you. It was an absolute pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
You really gave an added value to the Digital Business Week and to the knowledge of our students, the faculty, and to everyone who attended with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you all.
Now we will take a break and we will resume the sessions at 12. Okay, so you can have a coffee and have a little break time. Thank you.
¿Te dijeron que las van a poner aquí o...?
Sí, las ponen aquí después de que me presente.
Ah, bueno, y tú estás... Vale. Puedes seguir de allí. ¿Sueles ir a universidades o...?
Sí.
No como estudiante, que ya he visto que no paras de estudiar.
Bueno, como estudiante también empezó este año, pero... No, pero no con tan jóvenes, no tanto ya.
Bueno,
Pero luego me encanta, porque
ya.
me aterrizan muchísimo.
Ah, total. A mí me sorprende. Sí, yo
hemos hecho un apaño, pero el apaño...
Esto me lo conectáis vosotros de allí, ¿no?
Subo yo ahora. ¿Tienes copia al final? Está ahí, está ya la presentación puesta suya.
Pero tú la tienes... Ah, porque al final no lo habéis puesto en tus ordenadores.
No. Te lo pongo aquí, no se me olvida.
Vale. Pues yo, en todo caso, si quieres, te sientas o lo que te digas. Yo cuando te presento yo pensé que me podía ir,
¿Aquí? Exacto, ahí, vale, ahí está.
y después
Nos sentamos, ¿no? Vale. Se queda el loterio, ¿no? En el ámbito más educativo. No, pero vamos, sí que es lo habitual, ¿no? No, a mí me gusta porque también acerca, que a veces estamos muy desconectados, nos ponemos en el día a día y sí que hay una parte de devolver o retornar que está bien.
¿Trabajáis con pasantes o eso ya no?
¿Con quién?
Con pasantes, así con...
Pasantes, sí.
O sea, los alumnos que hacen las prácticas.
Tenemos, los últimos años no tanto, la verdad, pero sí que solemos tener.
Más de ingeniería, ¿no?
Bueno, y administración de empresas. Lo que pasa es que últimamente con esto de los recortes, los layoffs que hemos tenido...
Justamente la jornada de hoy hacen la carrera tanto que es empresas como negocio de internacional. Por eso toda la jornada de hoy es en inglés.
Vale.
Al principio, la primera no nos dimos cuenta, claro, tenemos unas que no hablan español. Y dije, ¿y para qué vamos a ir? Si no tenemos nada. En inglés.
Por eso me llama la atención cuando entro yo, pero estoy sentado, que me ha llamado la atención porque yo no estoy tan acostumbrado a entornos internacionales en España, ¿no? Siempre que vas a alguna universidad o lo que sea, y me ha parecido que hay bastante, vamos, o sea, me ha llamado mucho la atención. Para bien, ¿eh?
Ya, bueno, está creciendo la matrícula. Cuando yo siempre llevo años de proceso, era una pasada porque teníamos grupos de 10, 12, pues ahora estaba llenado. Ahora tenemos 3 primeros en inglés de A3 y de 40 y muchos cada uno, o sea, no de 10 o 12.
Madre mía. Bien, pues vamos, ¿no? Sí. Que si no, que yo tengo presentación para rato también.
Ya. ¿Empezamos o...? Okay, empezamos, ¿no? Well, let's begin. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third activity of today. We are here with Miguel Ángel Cervera. Thank you, Miguel Ángel, for joining us at Universidad Europea de Madrid and the Digital Business Week 2024. I would like to tell you that Miguel Ángel is Modern Workplace and Cybersecurity Sales Director at Microsoft Western Europe. His work area focuses on developing the growth and adoption of cloud technologies for 12 countries, creating and strengthening strategic agreements with partners and clients, as well as developing a diverse and relocated human team in these 12 countries. Miguel Ángel has 20 years of experience in IT cloud industry. He is MSc Telecom from the University of Cantabria, Executive MBA, Escuela de Organización Industrial Business School, and currently finishing General Management program from Deusto Business School. You don't stop studying. Miguel Ángel has lived and worked in different countries and organizations across Europe and the United States. So, here you have the auditorium. We would like very delightful to hear what you have to tell us. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The pleasure is mine. So, hello everyone. How are you doing? Fine, great. So I try to speak, probably I will speak a lot. So if at a given point you feel like I'm getting long or you are disconnecting, just raise your hands and I'll understand that we are getting really close to each other, okay? Usually happens when you come here as a technology provider and you want to do something like a demo, the demo usually doesn't work out, you have some problems. I promise you there's not gonna be blue screen today, okay? So everything is gonna be good, but I would like to start interacting with you before I even introduce myself, right? So let's see. You are not gonna see this in real time in the screen. This is the problem of the demo, but I would like just to show you what AI is already meaning for all of us, okay? So you don't see it, but now 24, 5, 31, 38 people has joined the presentation, 45, 6, 8, 50, 52 people, 54, 55, 60, 63, my goodness. Okay, well, that is fine. Some people is already liking the presentation, which is good. We are interacting, but the good thing is that now at your fingertip, you all have the potential to transcript what I'm saying at the moment. So I need to get closer to this computer because it's the one that is having the microphone, but you should be able to see how I'm already speaking to all of you in English in this case. I know I selected English United States, probably my accent is not that US based, I would say, but you can choose the different languages in which you would like to transcript the current presentation. Are you being able to do so? Okay, so this is the first, let's say, impact that I would like to share with you all, because this is artificial intelligence at your fingertips. Who knew about this feature before? 1, 2, 3. That's great, because this has been for 6 years already in the solutions that you use every day. And the good thing, as I was saying, we're starting to open my presentation. I mean, AI is going to determine, and is actually determining, the way you are living, interacting with each other, and the way we are going to be working in the near future. Okay, quick introduction. I am the proud dad of a boy, 9 years old boy called Marcos and Lucia, and I'm proudly married. I live, and this is one of the consequences of the COVID. I live in Santander, working remotely and managing this Western Europe region in a hybrid format. Look, I lead a cross multidisciplinary team across 12 countries with 12 different languages, more than 80 people working in my organization. But instead of putting a picture of the whole organization, I put a picture of where I am, which is also a person that is quite creative, outlier, sometimes not that secure. Like in this moment where I was trying to record a webinar, it took me the full day to just give a concrete pitch, and I was like, come on, I need to get it done. But at the same time, I'm a person that is trying, as I was introduced, trying to be always at the edge, trying to learn, keep improving. For example, this year I've been or have invested on a program for myself, but I've always tried to be the best on what I'm doing, whether it's learning, whether it's working, and this is something I think, guys, I would like you to have, okay? But anyhow, we can go to the Q&A. 4 areas of discussion today. I would like to share, first of all, why we are in a moment of, if you allow me to say this in a kind of Spanglish, AIification, okay? We are in a moment where AI is across everything that we do. What is generative AI? Maybe many of you know, but how this technology is transforming our current environment. We'll do some demos, as the one we already did, and I will close with a little bit of humanism, let me put this way, right? So in a moment where more technology and more artificial intelligence is needed, we need more humanism on our side to drive this change and this, let's say, new opportunities that are coming for all of us. AI is a reality today in Spain. 6 out of 10 companies across the whole Spanish territory is using some kind of artificial intelligence. The majority of the use cases that these companies are using, and sorry guys, the slides are not passing, okay? So if you are waiting for me to pass the slides or whatever in the demo, it won't happen, okay? Just for your info. But I was saying 6 out of 10 are using AI today, and the majority of the use cases are focused on automating, let's say, automating processes that are repetitive in the companies and to reduce cost in the majority of the situations. In the next 18 months, companies across Spain and Europe are going to invest and increase their investment on AI through the new technology, which is called generative AI, because they believe that this technology is going to disrupt their business model. And that gives you an idea of the impact that this technology is going to have just within the next 18 months. But at the same time, when we ask CEOs across companies, not only in Spain, but also across Europe, they say that there is a gap on potential return of this investment due to the lack of talent and skills around AI, cybersecurity, among others. So you are in a good momentum to actually develop a career in this space. One of the messages that I would like to also share is that Spain is the fourth country in Europe on adopting generative AI at the workplace, the fourth. This country usually, when you look to the mobile penetration, 5G, and many other technologies, we've always been in the edge or at the edge of adopting new technology. But you also see there that we are the 15th in developing software or even developing software or creating new businesses through this technology. So we are the laggards usually on creation. I try to say to my 9-year-old kid that if you need to decide in this world what to do, either you create or you consume. So if you are more on the consumer space, you are paying for something. And if you are more on the creation space, somebody is paying for you. So think that or keep that in mind, because this is the opportunity that is coming here in a future that is very difficult for all of you. Nothing different from other generations, don't get me wrong. It was similar to when I was studying like you guys over there. But unemployment rates in Spain is really high. And it is very high after you finish university. At the same time, we are facing a very difficult moment in Spain where basically, I don't know if you were aware of, but basically half of today's doctors are going to retire this year. Were you aware of this? And by the time that you get in, so it's 25 years of experience, by the time you are here just presenting for other students in this university like I'm doing today, for every one of you working, there's going to be around 8 people that are going to retire, okay? The future looks exciting, right? But it does, because if you look also to the what the president of Microsoft said a few weeks back, he thinks there is a brilliant future for Spain if we put in artificial intelligence at work. Imagine how artificial intelligence could change the way we are doing surgery in a hospital. Think about how artificial intelligence could ease the paperwork and activities in the public administration, and think about your day-to-day job could change by adopting solutions that are actually changing the work we do every day, right? Company is going to invest a lot of things, but what I want to say here is that the investment is just highlighting the big opportunity that exists for all of you if you embrace the opportunity of the artificial intelligence in terms of the skills, talent, business opportunities, and so on, okay? So I was saying, and I'm sorry that the icons there, that's the problem of changing the computer. So the opportunity is at your fingertip now. You have the possibility to actually join by leading a change that is going to transform the way you work, the way you live, and believe, guys, so it is something that is going to last decades. And this is the great opportunity we do have, because we are the first generation after probably the big industrial revolution to lead a change. And that change is at your fingertips. We do have that leadership potential, and you guys have the opportunity to join, right? And that's just something that I want to keep explaining to you all. Because believe it or not, we're in a Gutenberg moment. You know who Gutenberg was? Yes, right? Hopefully, yes. So Gutenberg was the inventor of the printing machine. You know what happened when the printing machine was invented? No? We democratized the knowledge. The knowledge was fitting in a very reduced number of books that were written by hands and that were accessible only to the big layers of the society for that time, right? We are speaking about the 16th century. We're speaking in 1550, I think it was the time when the printing machine was invented. And those countries, actually the countries, what is now England, Belgium, all this area, that adopted this technology faster than others, have seen, with all the historical and economical data report, grown faster than the others. The introduction of the artificial intelligence is going to change, or it's going to create an industry. Think about how we were reading books before the printing machine, and think what happened after. We develop an industry around the ink. We develop an industry around the printing itself. We give a lot of new positions that didn't exist in the past. The guy that was just putting the paper, printing, whatever, right? And we create a whole new set of opportunities. This is where I would love you to come out of this room and say, look, this is where I want to be focused in the forthcoming years, right? Because look, we've experienced similar disruptions in the past as well. In 1833, Joseph Niceford invented the dark chamber, which is basically the first photograph that appeared. The photograph is actually not very good, but you can imagine what the art industry thought about it, right? We are dead. There's nothing we can do, right? But however, it opened the most lucrative moment in history of art that you can imagine. Monet, Picasso, Manet, they revolutionized, or the creativeness that came, or the level of creativity that came after this was amazingly big. Do you agree with me? And what would you think will happen with the introduction of Sora? Do you know what Sora? No? Imagine you are wanting to receive an Oscar in the next 10 years. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore, because if you are able to just within a paragraph create this, you don't need to record. This is actually Greece, right? You don't need to go to Greece to record this environment of this picture anymore. It's the artificial intelligence behind which is creating this, and which is potentially disrupting the industry as we know it exists right now. Do you think it? How do you see it? Yes? No? It won't last? I think it's here to stay and to make it bigger, right? And actually, you need to think it from the concept on when a technology lasts in our day-to-day environment. You don't have Facebook. I'm actually trying to sign out from Facebook because I'm from old generation, I would say. But if you look to the adoption of acceleration of technology, ChatGPT took 3 months. 3 months to get mainstream. When you launch a technology, you start with the early adopters and you finish with the laggards. But if you get mainstream, you consolidate the technology. It took 16 years to get mainstream with the mobile phones, 7 for internet, 4.5 for Facebook, whatever it is, and 3 months for ChatGPT. And what we are doing, and I want you to get to this point, is to take all this technology that you saw with OpenAI, ChatGPT, and we are integrating with other algorithms like the one you see here, Turing, which is an algorithm that is trained with more than 5 billion of tokens, or Zetacode, which is an algorithm that allows you to train deaf languages, or even Florence, that is allowing you to do visual recognition. That stuff, together with what you know, OpenAI, we are introducing as a platform provider into our core set of computing services. And we are developing our applications, the applications that you use every day to do better search, to engage better with your customers. Customers means when you go, for example, into and renew your engagement with the university, the platform usually they use is based on this. When you start your LinkedIn journey, better content moderation, manage better the meetings in your Outlook, the mails, filtering spam, translating in real time, making better and more efficient teams, doing, I will share with you, doing, let's say, better writing assistance for work, and even all what you see in Xbox are induced with AI. That's what I mean with AIification, because we are democratizing the access to the artificial intelligence to all of you. And this is a message that you need to think about. And I'm not putting this because Bill Gates created the company, just because of the message that is written there. When a company, platform company, is providing value to more people than the value it creates, we are succeeding. And this is important that you keep in mind, okay? That's super important, because basically what I have shown you today just at the beginning, which is basically a translation in real time from my language into the language that you want, is technology that anyone can use. No matter how big you are, all the features that are coming to your fingertips are the same ones that the biggest company in the Standard & Poor's 500 is going to have. That's democratizing artificial intelligence, that's democratizing technology, and that's empowering every one of you to take, say, the challenge and go farther in your future career investment, right? Think about it. What is different now with all this generative AI boom that we are living? Before, the traditional models around artificial intelligence work in silos, meaning that we had a model that with an input data, if we wanted to identify faces, it identified faces, full stop. If we wanted to recognize the intent of badging or like or dislike, it just only did this kind of thing. And the way of interacting, if you allow me to say, it was more or less technical, okay? With generative AI or with OpenAI GPT, the model has changed. Because what happens now is that we can interact in our own language with the system. That democratizes the experience. While at the same time, the model is integrating all previous models, and with some kind of algorithm inside, let me put it this way, it allows to take its own decision, but based on the data that it has been trained off, you know? And that's important, guys. We are speaking about an algorithm. Artificial intelligence is a technology, it's an algorithm, it's not a person, okay? It is trained, has bias, have many problems that we need to keep evolving, be aware, and I will share with you later, okay? But the thing is that we are democratizing the access to this technology, and the proper technology is interacting with the different solutions that we had. And what has disrupted the current moment that we live in is the fact that if before we asked the system what would happen if these strings were cut, the system would have said, look, it's either balloons or it's just M&Ms. The system was not able to think beyond this. It's either balloons or it's either M&Ms. But now the answer is that the balloons could fly. So it's interacting with me in my proper language. It is actually identifying the image, and then it's having a rationale behind to take a decision, which could be wrong. It's important, that could be wrong, but it takes a decision. That's the point, okay? And that's the point, that if we put all this technology for us, we create personal assistant. And that's the concept. Imagine that we put an exercise for you today to understand what is the lending process of a mortgage in the US. I'm not going to ask you how much time it will take to even surf in Google and understand what could be, right? But just taking this picture, which is in English. Second, it is complex. Third, the quality of the picture is low. And then I interact with the system in Spanish in this case, okay? Apologies, but in Spanish, the system immediately understands what is behind and provides a rationale of what we are doing, right? That's only the system. Now imagine that the system gets connected to your own data. Not your own data, the organization data, let me put it this way, okay? So the insights that you all have, how you move, how you learn, what documents you use, all these things. You train the system to have more knowledge. This is what I mean with knowledgeable, right? Imagine that in this case, we connect with a database of a bank and we say, look, my assistant, act like a seller of my bank and tell me the benefits and characteristics of a personal mortgage. And then it comes and say, look, here you have. This is the information that I give you in terms of the potential interest rate, potential value, and so on, okay? But you can even do or make the system more scalable by training or actually connecting to other sources. So imagine we have trained the system to be a teacher. And now we say, look, don't be just a seller anymore. Just work as a teacher assistant for me and try to train me if I am understanding what are the characteristics of the mortgage that I need to sell. And then it comes with an answer like the one you see there, and then it promotes a set of questions to reflect and to interact with me. And when I interact with the system realizes that it's not yet correct and tries to give me, let's say, investing on providing the right solution. The learning that I want to give you here is that the system can get, let's say, the personality that you want as long as you train and as long as you give the right data to them, okay? So imagine the possibilities that comes when you connect to your personal workspace, right?
Straight to the top, never going down, don't wait for the drop. Stand still, that's the motto, yeah. Brand new bands for the auto, oh. Foot to the ground, full throttle. Big energy for the night like lotto. Y'all talk lots, never this quiet. Like a Seinfeld plot. Ball full of songs, all of them bombs. Something like a minefield guy, boom. Get it, tickets running out quick. Bet it, never get it out big. Said it, never had to shout it. They said I couldn't never do it, okay, how's it? Fit a week worth of work in a minute. Machine well oiled, you know how I stay efficient. To-do list written, I do this different. Hold up, wait a minute, I ain't finished. Look, flows the same now. Paved the way, the snakes and fakes are chased out. Back to back to back, I changed the pace now. Had to stack the cash until the bank's out. Straight to the top, never going down, don't wait for the drop.
Are you already, any one of you are already using it? No? You? Be careful with the exams. Now I will get into it in a minute because look, Copilot is your personal assistant for work and for your own, let's say, personal activities, right? And I want to share with you what is happening today with the users that are actually using it, right? We developed a survey with the users in the private space, let me put it this way, that are using this, and basically 70% of the users that are using Copilot feel more productive, and 70% nearly said that they improve the quality of the work. I'm gonna keep going on this area because they don't want to give up when they use it. They are spending less time managing email. You will see that email is the cancer of your time at any company. They take 3 minutes more out of 4 on processing information. They save 70% of the time of activities that you do every day, and I'm going to share with you some stuff. And then what is really interesting, when they are asked whether they would like their company to pay for a free launch or the license of Copilot, they say, look, I prefer they pay me for the license of Copilot. Look how AI is already transforming habits and behavior in a day-to-day basis. And why? This is my one of my morning activities, right? I know you cannot see it very well, but doesn't matter. The thing is, it is trying to tell you that in 6 hours now, just in 15 minutes, from 8 to 8:15, I just go to my Copilot in Teams and I ask Copilot to summarize the number of emails, team chat, Teams group conversations, and other related information that I receive where I need to put focus, where I have an action to execute, and that I need to prioritize based on the content, based on the importance of the mail or the action that I have received. and I don't know if you see well there, but basically, and I don't know. Yeah, no. So you see there the response, which is basically sharing with me the type of information, the topic, the summary, the action that I need to take, and who follows it up. Imagine how much time I should spend in a normal morning to go through all the communications, emails, and activities that happened my previous day, and then just getting into this table, okay? Then, as I was saying, I manage 12 countries, right? And I need to see what's going on every week. So for every country call, it takes me 1 hour. 1 hour times 12 means more than a day to go through all the conversations. With Copilot, after each conversation is finished, they provide me a summary of the meeting and a set of actions that I need or we agreed to take. You will see that this is super powerful, but when I integrate all this data into Copilot and I ask Copilot, now give me a summary or create a table for me for each of the countries based on the outcome of each of the meeting and tell me what they are learning, what are the challenges they are having, whether they are progressing based on the objectives that I have set, and put me into a single table like this. So here only, I told you that I save nearly 6 hours on this, but imagine the situation where you go to 6 classes today, you get the summary of the lessons today in ChatGPT, and then you go to ChatGPT, to Copilot, and then you go to Copilot and ask Copilot to give you a set of 6 actions that you need to take, or 6 or to identify what kind of homework you need to do and what are the main learnings that you learned today, okay? That is transformational. You would agree with me that this is transformational. You agree with me or not? Are you still here or you live here? Okay, perfect. Okay, but why? Because we can do things like this, as I was saying, right? We can open our Word, open Copilot and say, create a proposal based on a proposal for this customer based on the meeting notes that I had yesterday and include the offers that we have in our product roadmap. And then within seconds, it provides you a potential summary, let's say, of the offer, right? That's an initial draft that we can make it more appealing based on the previous proposal that we used for another customer and using the design of another presentation that we have. And then all of a sudden, we have our presentation there. Last week, I was with different executive members of IBEX, and basically, I was telling them what would happen if on a Friday evening, their boss would come and say, look, give me a competitive analysis on what our competitors are doing to drive sustainable activities in their board. The request is coming at 8 p.m. on a Friday, and you just need to present on Monday morning. What happened was like the typical thing, right? Like, well, we cannot do it, we need to wait, we need to put other people within, let's say, the task to accomplish this. But the thing is that with Copilot, they got a very detailed analysis for a specific company on what could be the learnings, the activities they could incorporate, and what was the risk of not doing so. And that saved them, and they were sharing with me, they saved at least 12 hours to get that work done. So that's incredible. This is where we are moving, right? And we are moving because at the same time, the system, as I was telling you, gives the opportunity to identify the role. So imagine that you open your document in Word and you tell them, look, let's create my profile. I'm a sales director working for this company, and I prefer to visualize the data and put the information in bullet points or bullet items. He understands how I am, and then I ask him to actually do the work. And then I tell them, okay, now, summarize then my quarterly business review from the presentation we discussed early this week. I don't even share the presentation with them because he knows my data, he's connected with the data, and in that sense, he comes and says, look, this is the itemized outcome, and here you see the graph that you are requesting to me, right? And all of a sudden, I just click, introducing the word, and it is saving a lot of time for you all, okay? The message that I want to give you today is that we have a step change in the game. Before, in order to do something, whether it's let's say potential homework on your side or a potential activity in our companies, we start from a blank paper. And then all the time we invested was to return an average solution. Something basic, mid-high, I would say, but something that took us a lot of time to even get there. But now with AI, what we are getting into the situation where we start already with something really good. And then the same time that we were investing just on creating the document, we are investing on making the document great. Do you agree? Is this what you see when I was presenting this? So you are not starting in a blank page anymore, but it requires you also to understand how to make your, let's say, impact, or how you can exploit your assistant to make further impact on the activities that you do. And I want just to do a heads up. So don't go back home as you're buy the Copilot license and say, look, from now on, I'm going to do my homework from here, because still, it is a system. It is an algorithm. And if an algorithm has trained with a util assistant that has been trained only with the salmons in the supermarket, and you tell them, just draw a picture with a river with salmons crossing the river, they understand that salmon is there, is that piece of salmon. You know what I mean? That's important, because if you ask them to do your homework, but you don't tell anything else, it will do your homework, but you are behind this, you know? So question everything. Keep questioning everything, because even all this system has a bias. And look, I'm putting this picture, but not because it's competitor of us or whatever. It could have happened to Microsoft or to other players. But the point, what I want you to keep thinking is about all this system has a bias based on the data, on how the data has been trained. If you access also on the positive side, you access how it is trained, and you ask who was the father of America, you realize with me that it was not black. Was it? Or if you say, look, who was a soldier in the a German soldier in the 1945, it cannot be a Japanese. Do you agree or not? So please be aware of this, and I'll keep coming to the humanist piece of the presentation, but you need to question everything. So AI is not going to substitute you. You need to actually be trained to work with the AI and actually be critical on what's going on and what is happening, okay? Who is learning Chinese? No one? So Chinese and Arabic is the new English, or the past English. I don't know how to say now, but the good thing is that it is not needed anymore. Since 2018, AI can translate Chinese to English with a parity of 80% almost already. Okay? Which means that the same thing that we were doing with the PowerPoint at the beginning of the lessons, you can do with documents in Chinese, or you can actually interact in real time if you don't need it. But the thing or the message is not to study Chinese. I think you need to study Chinese or to study Arabic if you want to exploit the forthcoming opportunities for you, the upcoming opportunities for you, but you need also to understand how to prompt AI. Prompting AI is the new language. But probably it's not going to be a language that lasts forever. It's going to be a language that will last the next 2 years, the next 5 years. But you need to think that technology now there are a lot of technology interacting to each other today, creating an exponential chaos. So the day you take, or let me put it this way, so the day you don't spend on investing yourself on learning these kind of things, it is not a day you need to recover. It's potentially a week you need to recover, because this is going too fast and you need to be super prepared. So if I'm telling you now how to prompt a system, you should be starting to train it tonight and validate how to actually set a goal to your ChatGPT or Copilot, how to give them the context, the source, and what level of expectations you want for the job it needs to do for you. Training is the key here, because what I showed you on my day in the live, that didn't take me just 5 minutes. It took me a lot of investment on my side to get the right prompting, to get the right answers for my way of using the solution. Another example, if you use Teams, imagine the possibilities to come over a meeting that you had 2 months ago, and then just because it was recorded and transcribed, you can come and say, look, I mean, what did you discuss? And they give you a set of items of the discussion, and you can ask the system whether there was we took some actions, and in this case, it's very funny. It's typical Spanish meeting where we didn't even take an action. So it was very funny, right? But you can collaborate in Teams. Now the system, while we are speaking, is taking notes for you, and it's providing you actually with the task that you need to take, suggesting those in real time for you, and you just can eliminate, reword, and do the way you want. That's amazingly efficient, I would say, for everyone of us that we are using Teams in different manners, right? PowerPoint, I'm not going to enter into deep, but the opportunity for you is to learn how to create the co-pilot for you. And there is a lot. I'm not going to enter into the whole video here, but the thing is that imagine just with your own Copilot, you start integrating Copilot with your different cloud services, and you start automating tasks for you. Okay, in this case, for example, the system is integrating a Copilot with a database that the organization has, and it creates an enhanced Copilot, a knowledgeable Copilot that is trained specifically for what I want to do. So think about it on your daily basis. Think about the creation versus consumption that I was saying before. And look, I'm telling you where to point out your future career and the future activities, and I'm going to tell you in which industries this is going to disrupt fully, right? And there are two main clear areas where AI is going to disrupt in terms of increasing productivity. One is coding, where is software and coding. It's going to be far more agile and automated. Another one is customer service. Well, all these people working in telesales are going to be more productive if only they have the possibility, as you see in this screen, to actually interact with the customer on the left, have the information of the customer in the middle, and then get Copilot on the right. So if a customer is actually, imagine yourself, oh, my connection is not working well, I need to, or I'm doing some roaming and I would like to go to this country and I don't have roaming activated. Then I'm interacting with a customer service representative that look at our profile, so this customer is not paying, is under contract or whatever, and then it asks Copilot. So Copilot, my customer has a potential problem X, Y, Z, and then Copilot say, look, maybe these 4 actions are the ones that you need to consider. He comes back, reply to us in the chat, and then interact with us in an easier, faster, and probably more directional way for all of us to make our life a little bit easier, okay? Okay? We are still here or not? Okay. Good. And I'm waving, no? Yeah. Okay, so now I would like to, unless you want me to do some kind of demo, that I'm happy to take the challenge, even though I already did with the beginning of the presentation. With all what I'm saying about more AI, so the AIification, just keep in mind the concept of AI democratization, which I was saying AIification. So we are trying to put AI at your fingertips. The big opportunities, how generative AI is transforming everything that we know. It is clear for you, I would say, that the world is changing. Is it? But it's not the world. It's your world. Your world. Your world. Your world. It is important because we need to be active agents of this change, okay? That we shouldn't be reactive. And keep in mind, this is about the consumption and creation piece, okay? The moment we live, I don't know if you heard about this, but in the past, it was volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Now it is said that it's not even VUCA. It is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible, okay? This is what it is. You can say, look, the past was even better, but we need to recognize that we live very well if we compare with previous generations, right? We are in a different situation, but that requires a lot of humanism skills on your side to face the challenge of a world where, as long as it becomes more volatile, it is more brittle. And the only way to face this is to become more resilient. And this is this is something that you need to be aware. Be more resilient. To get up every single time that you fall down. And sometimes this is hard. Okay, sometimes this is hard. And the only way that I would like you just share with you all how that means in a daily basis is like you get up every day, look at the mirror, and if you don't smile, the mirror doesn't smile to you, right? Or yes, well, maybe in your case, it does. In mine, if I look at the mirror and it doesn't smile, it does not smile, correct? So the first tool that I would like to share with all of you to use every day is just to keep a positive vision in the inner of each of you, okay? That's super important, because if I smile, you smile. That's it. But if I'm not smiling, you don't smile, correct? So we have a potential ability to get up every single day and look to whatever is happening to us in a different manner. That's the message, okay? In a world that is becoming more uncertain, I understand, and we all suffer, a bigger level of anxiety. In order to manage this anxiety, we need to be more attentive. We need to take care of yourselves more, well-being, mindfulness, and all these things. But in my opinion, this is more also about how you listen to what is just close to you, around you, okay? It is more about building empathy and understanding better the problems of the person that is behind you. And I give you just a tool. Remember one thing. The first 10 seconds, the first 10 movements, and the first 10 words create a position in your mind on what are the other people's behaviors, habits, and positioning. Sometimes we need to reflect a little bit longer and understand we have a bias, take a little bit of air, and get another perspective of the same person we're speaking with. This is what I'm speaking about humanism in this new era, okay? It's super important because every person has their own situation in a moment where everything is very anxiety and uncertain. Transparency. So in a world where it's becoming incomprehensible, we need to be more transparent. And what I mean with this is sharing is caring, guys. The more you share, the more you will get in return. And when you are building your own project, when you are having your own dApps, when you are having your own thinking, the more you share, the more it will give you to actually build on each other and create a stakeholder mechanism, not only to impact on yourself, but an impact on the people that is close by you, okay? And the last thing, it's about a world that is super complex, non-linear, where we are in an eclosion of technologies that are, let's say, disrupting us every day of not adapting matters. And here you need to develop two mindsets, not two mindsets, only one. You need to face whether you have a growth mindset or a fixed mindset. Fixed mindset, it's about good. Fixed mindset is about thinking that we know it all. And growth mindset is being able to think that we don't know anything and we need to keep learning and investing on ourselves in a continuous basis. The things are changing. Every day counts. Every day counts in the adoption of this new AI technology. And every day that you are not taking the proper actions to interact better with the environment, to learn from the environment, to adapt to this new technology, you will get behind. And the technology and the business that you are going to be living in is not going to be fair in this sense for you. So that's important message. So luckiness, or in this case, luck favors the mind that is prepared. La suerte acompaña a las personas que están preparadas. I didn't say this. It was Pasteur who discovered what he did. And the only thing, or the only what I wanted to share with all of you, that the opportunity that you have in front of us is amazing. A technology that I put here over in front of you, it's a great opportunity for you to be more productive in your studies and to even be more prepared for the future that is going to come. And I'm thank you very much. I'm grateful for all this. So thanks a lot.
Okay, if you want to make questions, this is the moment, okay? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, works.
Hello. How do you think this type of artificial intelligence is going to affect the quality of the professionals that are going to leave university nowadays? Because I can see that it's a really useful tool, but people do not use it as a tool. People literally ask it questions and copy paste it without reading it or caring about the content. So how do you think it's going to like affect the quality of professionals?
I was with several general managers a few weeks back on the professional services and the law industries. It's called law industry, right? Law firms. And they were saying we are living in a moment where there's no professionals adopting AI. It's the professionals ensuring they control the AI. So they are part of the AI process because they are going to go to the AI, because if they don't go now, it creates a competitive disadvantage for them. Okay? I live it, maybe you didn't, okay, or maybe your parents live, what was the beginning of the word processor. It looked like it was ages ago, but we opened kind of WordPerfect or the Word 1.1, and it was a system very ugly that the only thing that we were doing was just typewriting and printing to a paper. We are in the same moment now. The opportunities that the AI is hidden for us is big. And the only way we are just using the AI is like putting the text in a word processor to print the information, you know? So it is about time. It is about understanding how to use better. It's about interacting with the prompting. It's about connecting to our information, our data, the data that we have, all those information, and to train them, you know? So it is a journey. Things are not going to happen from day to night, but we are not yet using the solution with the level of empowerment that it could bring to us. But we are not doing it, or we are doing it at the same level that we used to do it when we launched the first processors, for example, that changed the way we were working before and now. Did I answer your question? Maybe not. Okay, well, I give you a second turn. Tell me.
I mean, I was referring more to the knowledge these people are going to have. Like, do you think there's going to be a lack of knowledge, like of real knowledge about the subjects they are specialized in? Like, for example, someone that studied, I don't know, medicine that passed everything with ChatGPT or something like that. Do you think it's going to be dangerous
Okay.
in the future?
I understood in another manner. So this is your answer to your question is twofold. Okay. So on one side, artificial intelligence is a technology that uses data, and that data needs to be trained. That's important because people are using AI needs to engage with platform providers that keep the standard very high and where you can trust. Okay. So where you can, your data and all this information remains yours. That's the first thing. Okay. And the second thing is, in situations like the one you are asking about, the knowledge is going to be democratized, where anyone don't need to have knowledge because the tool will have the knowledge. I keep back to the humanism piece of the equation. They are robots, guys. They are robots. They will be trained. They could look smart, but there is something like that they will never substitute a potential conversation in a surgery where they need to take an action and the robot is based on the previous N cases that it was the right answer. But maybe for this case, we need to be more creative That's the human being, right? Or it doesn't substitute the relation between you and I after this conversation for having a coffee or whatever. This is the point that is important for you to understand. The data will be democratized as much as the printing machine democratized the knowledge with the books. But it's on our side to make something that will benefit the world. In the World Economic Forum 2 months ago, I think it was, more or less, and Satya Nadella was asked if we are living a renaissance, a new renaissance with the AI technology. And he said that as long as we were using the technology to make better, let's say, to make people's lives better, like, for example, having a surgery here, but using the data from Japanese surgery in that respect, we are doing a new renaissance with technology, right? And that is not bad. That is really good, as long as you can trust how your data is governed and managed for the entity that is providing the solution. Okay, I don't know now if I answered the question, but it took me a while to answer, so sorry.
So I think you have to continue studying.
I didn't want to get that there, but yeah.
Another question?
Sí, bueno, yo lo tengo.
Hi, so my question was regarding the beginning of the presentation when we mentioned when you mentioned the unemployment rate. And here I have a bit of a controversy because I myself work in sales as well, and obviously I have colleagues that we speak. And I'm, for example, in favor of AI because I think it makes my work life a bit easier. It's like the co-pilot. Next to me, it helps me. But many are worried that, for example, cold calling or customer support or speaking with your clients will soon be replaced by AI. And I even know already companies that do that now. And for example, some of my colleagues are scared of it. They are thinking that they'll lose their job in the future. So in their opinion, it seems like it will contribute to the unemployment rate and perhaps even increase it. What would you think about that?
So AI is going to disrupt an industry and it's going to create new industries. I was saying coding, customer service, and sales are the three areas where artificial intelligence will impact. Does it mean that it will reduce the number of opportunities in if you are working in sales? Sure, it is not. It is going to automate. It is going to integrate activities that you do in a daily basis from a more agile manner. It will. Will it substitute how consultative you are in front of a customer? It won't. So this is the opportunity. The opportunity is not just sending cold mails every 5 minutes to a customer, because that can be done already. You use ChatGPT or Copilot. It just be in front of a customer, understanding the jobs to be done, the needs, and providing solutions with Copilot. So the answer is opportunities will come. There are going to be more opportunities, maybe a more technological optimism here, but yes, sales is going to be affected on a manner as well. Did I answer? Maybe
Yeah.
not. That may be very.
And one question as well about the Copilot, for example, is it only within the Microsoft ecosystem, or it can be used on external websites as well?
So this is the scalable and the knowledgeable thing that I was saying, right? Copilot is a standalone assistant integrated in the Microsoft portfolio of solutions, and it can be integrated with third parties. We are developing more and more connections, and at the moment it connects to the web, it connects to other cloud services, just a few, and some others that are being in development at the moment. So yes, so our ambition, if you allow me to say this way, is to ensure there is a co-pilot for everything you want, and that you build your own co-pilot. Okay, the journey has started. Okay, so still maybe you tell me with whether it's integrating with Discord, the Xbox, or whatever. Maybe we're not yet there, but it will come. Okay, so it will come.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you have time for one more question? Or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi. As you said, due to the invention of the printing press, knowledge is decentralized. Now with cryptocurrency, currency is decentralized. Do you think the decentralization is a positive thing? And what's the role of AI in the decentralization?
So it's an interesting question. So the decentralization, it's good as long as it democratizes more than you had in the other situation. So if in order for you to specifically build a company, you need to develop your own capacities, your own technology at your own cost, then democratization or decentralization is a good thing, because just as a service model, you're going to be benefiting yourself for a lot of technology, right? So in that direction, it is. Whether in the journey this might be creating other non-technology issues or impact, I agree that we are all learning in this journey, and we need to understand what could be the impact of AI in this decentralization, okay? So I don't have the full answer to this, but I think it's on our job, not me, so all, to ensure how we use and land AI on what is going to come, okay? So that's the main, that's the message. I know I haven't answered fully to your question, but I think I want you also to reflect on how your role could actually impact on that decentralization, because this is the key learning, okay? It's on our fingertips to decide whether we move to one side or to the other.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So Miguel Angel, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it as we do. Okay, thank you.
Que a los alumnos seguro que les gusta.
Sí, es audiencia diferente. El otro día fue 100% técnico, hackeando en directo. Y era muy código fuente aquí puesto, era otra cosa.
Esto es sensibilizar, aunque yo creo que ya están...
Esto es inspirar.
Inspirar, sensibilizar, que son gente de negocio y todo lo montamos por eso el primer año, esta es la tercera edición.
Qué bien,
y
vale.
es un poco para chicos. Yo venía de una consultora de innovación
¿A
y
cuál?
digitalización en Barrabés.
Ah, sí, muy claro, la conozco. Sí.
Estaba en Barrabés. Y
Vale.
dije, chicos, ¿qué hacemos aquí en digital? Y entonces pues, estamos allí en Impulso y estamos haciendo muchas cosas.
Qué bien,
sí,
qué bien.
Yo creo que lo reciben súper bien, ¿sabes?
Sí, ¿no?
Algunas charlas les gusta más, otras menos, unas
Bueno, como
más
siempre,
lejos,
sí.
otras más no sé qué. Pero algo les queda, ¿sabes?
Y encima que son business, que no son tan técnicos, hoy que hablaremos un poco de ese tema, con poquito que sepan ya son diferenciadores. ¿Qué
Hemos
tienes?
estado esta mañana en una reunión que he venido más tarde por eso en Deloitte con un socio y con la responsable de talento y nos decían eso, que es que están buscando perfiles de business con una capa de
Claro.
que era lo que yo...
Deloitte es nuestro integrador,
Si es que
vende nuestro producto, Deloitte. Trabajamos con Leticia, hablo yo. Leticia Rodríguez y con Pablo,
El
los
tema
socios.
es que al final nos decían que también que necesitan también perfiles nuevos porque hay muchos perfiles de dentro que es muy difícil de llevar.
Mover luego aquí. Ya.
Pero bueno, así que digo, nosotros ahí estamos ya desde hace tiempo, no ahora
Qué
por
bien,
la
qué bien.
IA y tal.
Ya que ahora está todo muy de moda, todo el mundo está con la IA.
Así que nada, pues un placer.
No, igualmente, un placer, un placer.
Nada, vamos a...
Muy bien. Ok.
¿Tú tienes micrófono, no?
Sí. Mira, un poquito de agüita.
Espera, voy a decir la presentación. Ah, ya tiene.
Sí, está ya todo cargaditos. He llegado
Para
ya.
el final, para el tweet final.
Ah, vale. Para un clic. Hasta luego.
Clic. Pues estaba lleno antes, ¿eh? Vamos a dejarles que entre...
Sí, ¿no? Vale. He llegado, como ya me he acordado de los chicos, me han microfonado, todo, más majetes.
Ya te han visto, ¿no?
Sí, sí, ya. ¿Dónde estás aquí otra vez? Joder, se me ha olvidado traer pegatinas, que te iba a traer pegatinas de hackrocks, para que tuvieras tú también.
Es verdad,
Y siempre las llevo, siempre. ¿Pero a ti te di, no?
No.
Pues eso, te debo una, ¿eh?
Se la doy a Manu para que la ponga también en el portátil.
Claro, hombre. Estamos aquí charlando de repente.
Hola. Sí.
Está hablando con todos los... ¿Bien? Sí, todos ayer.
Voy a dejar el móvil un momento.
Good morning. Should we start now? Good morning, everyone. We are the last team before lunch, so really appreciate you stay here. So, well, first I will introduce myself. I'm Mónica Villas. I'm teaching in the MBA Innovation and Technology. I work for a big company a long time, 25 years in IBM. So, but the start today is Enrique. Welcome, Enrique. Thank you very much.
Hello, it's a pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
I think it's the second time in
2 weeks.
in a week. So in 2 weeks, he was doing cybersecurity, but hacking last week, and he's now here again. But we think it is going to be much more interesting that I interview him and you know his background, his career, what is he doing, and how is their day to day. Let's say his day to day. So let me, well, I'm pleased to introduce Enrique Serrano. I know from our time together in IBM. He joined IBM when I was leading a big technical team, and he really stand out there because of the question he was making, because of the behavior. And I think I was really sad when he left my team, and after 2 or 3 years left IBM.
Yep.
But now I'm really proud of him, and I think it's precisely his character, personality, looking for question, looking for challenge, has been the key thing in your life and in the career he's developing right now as an entrepreneur. He is the CEO of a company. And well, let me introduce a little bit the bio of Enrique, although very young. He's very experienced. Enrique is IT engineer, start off of the cybersecurity world 15 years ago, more or less.
When I was 14, yeah.
Well, 14.
13, something like that, yeah.
And he's a founder of hackrocks. He will explain a little bit more about the company is regarding security. Co-founded Mundo Hacker and Stop Haters, and has had several companies. He worked in IBM for over 6 years in several security related positions. He was part of Simulate, a leading Israel's cybersecurity company, developing business at international level. He is part of the Business Insider list 23 under 35 young Spanish called to lead the technological revolution. So you have here in front of you. So start thinking on the question. And he is a published author and regularly participates in different public speaking, hacking events, media platform. He was in different TV programs as well. And so for the first question is, tell us a little bit more about yourself. Why did you choose IT engineer, and why did you choose cybersecurity?
Okay, yes. So thank you in the beginning for the invitation to be here with you today. Thank you everyone for coming as well. So yes, I started off in the world of cybersecurity when I was 13 or 14 because I started programming. I am a very technical profile, even though I don't have a black t-shirt and so on. Last week I had the black t-shirt exactly in the same place. We had a cybersecurity competition here in the university. It was really good fun. But yes, I was always looking for understanding for real what's going on under the screen. Why, when you click over an icon in your desktop, why a folder is open, why everything is working. So I started with programming, and after understand how to program a mobile app, a website, etc., I was wondering, okay, if I can create something new, why don't I can access to your website or to your laptop or to your stuff? At the end, everyone is connected. Internet is a huge network. Why don't we can jump to others' laptop? So I was wondering these kind of questions when I was young, and we had a group of hackers when we were 14. I was the youngest, but we had people around 20, 30 even. So we created Mundo Hacker. Mundo Hacker was a group of hackers that every Friday from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. was hacking different stuff, websites, newspapers, banks, etc. But always in a good way. I mean, I didn't get any money for this. What we made is, we are going to hack your bank, for instance. We are going to tell you how we hacked that and how to fix it. Because it's better if I hack that instead of, I don't know, a cyber criminal from Asia or whatever. So at the end, everything was in a good purpose. And we started to collaborate with the national police, some armies, always of course, in the good way. And we like to differentiate between hackers and cyber criminals. So we call us hackers. So we are the good side of the force, like Star Wars. And we have cyber criminals, like the bad guys. Okay? So I studied IT engineering in the Universidad Pontificia de Salamanca, and Raquel was one of my teachers, by the way, 13 years ago, something like that. I am 33 right now. And we had this opportunity to be on TV and to conduct education and awareness globally in Discovery Channel. The series was Mundo Hacker, actually. And we put some QR codes on the streets with hidden cameras, and we started to hack people looking at through the front-face cameras and these kind of things. It's on YouTube, by the way. And we were in Discovery Channel and in the national TV in Spain, in the one. Okay, so you can take a look if you want. But always in a good way. And we are going to talk as well about business and these kind of things, because I am a very technical profile, but I had to learn a lot of business stuff. I had to manage a company, had to hire people, pay taxes, a lot of taxes. So at the end, these kind of things you have to learn. In my background, I only had numbers in my mind, like zeros and ones. But I had to change a bit. And I think maybe it's the opposite in your case. I know that you've come from business area. But probably if you know about artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and this kind of very technical skills, maybe you're going to have this kind of differentiator for the future.
Yeah. No, we will go through this during the conversation. Your first job was at IBM. What made you choose this company?
Yes, I was 21. I was in the university, and I said, where I am going to do my internship? And I had to choose. So I said, okay, the best companies in the world related with technology, IBM, Google, Apple. So I was taking a look to IBM in the beginning, before even Google or Apple, and I said, IBM has this kind, which is Watson. What is Watson? Watson was the artificial intelligence of IBM in 2013, not now. So I said, this company is the key. I have to be here with this kind of intelligent machines or smart machines, whatever. So I had an interview with them. We were like 200 people for 2 positions as internship. We had several dynamic groups, whatever. And after that, I joined IBM in the cloud computing group. And after 6 months, I was able to move to cybersecurity, which was what I wanted in the beginning. But yes, I was in IBM almost 7 years. In the beginning, very technical profiles. In the 3rd or 4th year, I moved to consultant or advisory, something like that. And my last job in IBM was with the main headquarters were in Cambridge, in Boston. And there we were making cybersecurity trainings to different kind of companies. I mean, we had cybersecurity simulations. So imagine that tomorrow your company is hacked. What do you do? How do you respond to a cyber attack? So we had there people, not only technical people, we had people from legal department, communications department, a lot of people from different areas in order to respond to a cyber attack in a room like this. Actually, we had afterwards a truck, but in the beginning it was a room like this, full of screens, very hacker, everything. And you had to respond. Imagine that you have, I don't know, a reporter coming up suddenly and say, hey, what do you think about the cyber attack that you have suffered right now? And you have to respond. So you have the press, you are live on TV, what do you respond? These kind of questions is very important to be prepared or train these kind of questions, because once you feel that you have been hacked, you are ready when you are gonna hack for real. Gonna be hacked for real. At the end, we had the similarity like why every year, at least once, you have to practice how to leave the building if we have fire over here. So exactly the same, but with hacking. Imagine that tomorrow your company is hacked. What do you do? But this is what we're practicing.
Yeah, different trainings. What were the best things about working in a big company like IBM and not such a good thing?
No, good things is that in IBM I had the opportunity to change departments every 1 or 2 years. So you can go wherever you want. You can be in analytics. If you would like artificial intelligence, you can move perfectly. And actually, it's not bad to change your industry. I mean, I was in security, but if I wanted, I could go to artificial intelligence or other stuff. It's great. It's good to see that because the people is like looking for new stuff. But for instance, in my case, the good point of a big company was I was able to go to the US thanks to IBM. I was able to have a track, cybersecurity track for this kind of simulations. I don't know the amount of money that cost, but millions of euros. So I was able to operate a machine that cost millions of euros. The research team was amazing at the end. We have incredible people creating new products. And if you are in IBM, actually in IBM, you were able to chat directly with the president in the US. I mean, you can say, hi, good morning. So you were able to talk with anyone in the world. So technical people, not technical people, sales people, whatever you want. And the good point of these kind of big companies and IBM is that we have two kind of mentorships, technical mentors and career mentors. So I had different mentors in my career in IBM, and it was very interesting for me, and I think I grew up a lot in IBM as a person in my career and in my personal life as well.
Okay. Yeah. And what is it? What leads you to be an entrepreneur? To have your own company,
Yeah. In the 7th or 6th year in IBM, I said to my family, "Hey, I'm gonna leave IBM. I'm gonna go to a startup in Israel. They are 30 people. They raised $5 million only, and I'm gonna leave everything and I'm gonna go to New York City, between New York City and a city close to Tel Aviv." And my family said, "Why? I mean, you are in IBM. You can stay in IBM for your whole life with a good salary, good conditions, no pressure at some point." But yes, I decided to leave, and I decided to grow or to look for new paths in my career. I mean, one of the bad things of big companies is that you can get a bit bored at some point. Yeah. Not all, it's true that depends on you as well. But after being in IBM in the US, I had to come back to Spain, and it was not a step back, but it was something like, okay, now what is my next position, or what can I do now? And I had this opportunity. I discovered an incredible hacking product, and I was in love with this hacking product. It was a product that was able to hack companies with one button, only that. Looks magic, but it was real. I mean, I had a demo and I said, I want to be part of this. So I was the employee number 28, 29, something like that, and they are right now 300 people, 200 people. They raised more than 100 millions. it's like, and I am in touch with the founders, and it's amazing. I left, by the way, this second company because of COVID, because everything changed a lot.
Yeah.
So during the COVID, I said, one moment, I have been in IBM learning processes, operations, how a big company works. And I've been another year more or less in a startup. And okay, I think I have the skills now to create something that I want. I have in YouTube actually several conferences. One of them is a TEDx talk talking about the needs of having hackers in the society. Why it's important to have a hacker that protects a company or a bank? So the people say, why hackers? So yes, the police and the governments are hiring hackers to be protected against cyber criminals. So I said, we need this. I was 4 years like evangelizing, saying we need this, and nobody created this. And I said, I have to do it. We are doing COVID. We are going to be at home for 7 months or years. You didn't know it at that time. And I said, okay, I'm going to raise capital. I'm going to hire developers. Of course, I'm going to develop as well because I am technical. And we are going to create a platform to create hackers. And that's what we created, which is this one, hackrocks. We have a cybersecurity training platform, which is where it's possible to hack for real different scenarios that we create. We can simulate a bank, a nuclear system, or whatever you want. And one of the key things is legal. So you can be hacker without hack things as I made when I was 14. No? So we have created this platform. So we have clients like, I don't know, Colombian Army. We are a European Union. We are collaborating with really big companies like Deloitte or EY. At the end, I think we have created a great product. It was very hard to have a company. I think this normally in this kind of conferences with entrepreneurs, they say, oh, it's great. You have to have your own company, leave everything. You have to be consistent. You have to be careful. It's not that easy that it looks. At the end, you have to raise capital. You have to manage people, which is something very complicated once you are growing. And it was hard, but I'm happy with the result that we had. But it's true that in a startup, every week is totally different. Some week you are the best in the world. Okay, we are gonna get it. The next week, no, we are gonna die. We are gonna. So it's like you are 100 in your passion or enthusiasm. 100 one week, 300 the next one. Everything is wrong. It's a mess. What I'm gonna do? But at the end, you fix it and you keep working. But so yeah, finally, that's why I created hackrocks. I wanted to create something that I think it was a need in the society. And after almost 10 years working for others, I wanted to create something by myself.
And with 33. So take note. So one of the best thing of being an entrepreneur, what it is for you?
For me, and this sounds a bit maybe bad, but it's like you don't have a boss who doesn't understand exactly what you are doing. In IBM, I had really good bosses, but at some point, and not only in IBM, in my life, I had some bosses that didn't understand really well, or maybe at the end, all of us are, I am a person and I have my needs and my stuff. Your manager is going to have your needs, his needs, his goals, etc. So sometimes I was a bit upset with some managers that I have. Like, I feel that I'm not growing. I feel that they are not trusting too much. So in the startup, the good point is that you are your boss. So nobody's going to tell you, at least you have investors, but at the end, the investors is not the same. But at the end, one of the good things that I like is I am my boss. I am my own boss. And at the end, you're going to work more because if you are your boss, you are working every day and the whole day. But one of the things that I was feeling is that, like, or one of the things that the technical people, and you were leading a technical department, I'm sure that you know what I'm saying, is that when you don't have a boss like you, technical, and you understand everything, right? But sometimes it's hard for a programmer or for a hacker has to explain to the manager, hey, I am doing this. And the manager say, no, this has to be done tomorrow. So I have seen this in my life. And the technical guy say, this is physically impossible with the technology that we have this year. Okay, tomorrow it has to be done. Next meeting. So these kind of things, you're not going to have it because you are your manager, you know your product, you know your company. It's different, and I like that. And also that the people that is around you and your partners and everybody understand what is a startup, and everybody understand that every euro that you are spending in a salary has to make sense. In a big company, there are people like, no, at 5, I'm going to leave, I'm relaxed, or I'm going to leave the company to the next year. Nobody follow my job. I'm relaxed in a corner. In a startup, that cannot happen.
Yeah. No, and you are doing multiple things. And when you are your own manager, at the end, you are making your decision and you are making your mistake. And you cannot blame anyone. But well, this is the very good thing, and the not such a good thing in your day-to-day, not only being a manager, which is the worst thing of being an entrepreneur?
For me, the responsibility that you have. At the end, right now in hackrocks, we are more than 10 people, between 10 and 20, more or less. So if tomorrow the company, for whatever reason, you close the company, 10 people are not going to have a salary. If we're working with the European Union, if tomorrow my product doesn't work, it's going to affect the whole European Union. The client is trusting you. At the end, it's more a personal relation. When you sell something, sometimes the people is buying the technology, but also the personality, the trust that you provide. So at the end, for me, the responsibility is one of the key things, and it's, I mean, have this kind of responsibility. Sometimes it's hard as well. Tomorrow you have to fire someone. This is happening. I had to fire several people, and it's not easy to say to someone, "Hey, you're not going to be part of this company. You know that this guy maybe has kids, family." But at the end, and I said in the beginning, in a startup, every single euro has to be for something or spending with a lot of sense. And at the end, in my case, also we have investors, and sometimes the investors only see numbers. Not in my case, but it's the common thing in the startups. So imagine that you have a sales, and this happened in my company. You have a sales guy or sales manager, whatever, and he's not selling. In a big company, maybe you can keep this guy 6 months, 2 or 3 quarters. In a startup, in a couple of months, you have to take a decision. And that decision is go to a desktop and say, hey, we have to talk. You're going to leave. So that responsibility as well is complicated. And also, this is one of the key things as well, is delegate. In my case, I'm very technical. I made the product and I say, no, I want to do absolutely anything. Everything. But at the end, it's complicated. You have to delegate. And if you delegate something, it's not going to be exactly it's not going to be done exactly what you would like to do it. No? Yeah. So that's, maybe it's weird, but it's hard as well. Like, okay, now I'm going to leave the code and you are going to develop this. And you're thinking, I would do that in another, okay, whatever. So delegate and responsibility for me is hard points that nobody know, but sometimes you don't hear when you go to startups conferences.
Yeah.
This kind of pressure.
But the thing is, what we were talking at the beginning, you were a pretty technical person and you still are a pretty technical person, but you need to grow as well in the business area and just to make a plan, to make a strategy for the company, and just to make sure that you have your marketing, sales, whatever.
Yeah.
And the thing is, how you see for the guys here and how you see the skills of the future. Which kind of skills should have the professional for the future? A mix of, or what kind of skills?
Yes. So having a business background, as you have, I would say that if you understand technology, but in general, I mean, if you know how to make a Python script, for instance, do you know Python, the programming language? If you know at least how to make a very easy script or artificial intelligence, it's not only ChatGPT. If you go a bit deeper and understand how it works in the back, if you understand the essence of the technology, I think you're going to be a bit different of other people which are only people who study business and that's all. Because I had a friend that told me one day, I want to make a company related with artificial intelligence. Okay, Enrique, tell me what I have to do. I am a businessman. I am the greatest businessman. This is going to work. But he didn't know anything about artificial intelligence. So finally, he didn't launch the company. But I'm not saying that you have to be an expert. But if you understand a bit cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, programming, very important. With these key things, I think you can be very different to the rest of the people. And this differentiator could make your company go to the next step. Because sometimes this digital transformation makes a lot of sense. For instance, when I was in IBM, I was talking with a client related with the industry world, like machines and this kind of big industry. And he said to me that thanks to the digital transformation, now the company is billing like double or triple. Only because they automatize several machines. Maybe you can create this small script and connect this with the website, whatever. So at the end, if you include technology maybe in whatever company, maybe you're going to grow faster. And if you are looking for, I don't know, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to create your own startup related with technology, I think it's important to understand the essence of that technology that you are going to create. I'm explaining myself?
Yes.
So,
Yes.
For me, that's key. So if you don't understand absolutely anything about artificial intelligence, don't go there with all your money and your investors. So wait a minute, think about how does it work and start a company. And I had a friend from Nordics, from Norway, and this guy, I met this guy in an event like this. And this guy came to Spain to talk with me, and he wanted to create a cybersecurity company, but he didn't have any background in cybersecurity, absolutely anything. And he said to me, we have in Norway, I don't know why, a lot of opportunities related with cybersecurity, and specifically in 3 or 4 points. So he said to me, I want to come back to Spain 1 week, whatever, I invite you to a dinner or whatever. Please talk me about these specifically points related with cybersecurity. And he made free courses online, by the way, the typical MIT courses that you can find online, whatever. After that, 6 months later, he created a company. So he dedicated 6 months with no salary, nothing, only to learn about the product that he was going to launch. So something like that sometimes is enough, of course, as much as you learn the best. But I think this is a good example of a business guy looking for research in IT and spending time before launching the company.
No, I agree with you. When you are in a big company or in a small company and a startup, and you need to make decisions in the future or, well, in the present right now, decisions are going to be related with technology as well. So you need to be able to have your own judgment, and because of that, you need to know some basis. It's like when you study engineering or computing, and you start to work, you need to have a basic on finance, business as you have. So it's a kind of double profile. No?
And find the great people to be with you.
Of course.
It's
It's always a teamwork, and teamwork is something that artificial intelligence is not going to substitute. You need you are not going to have all the knowledge, and you need different people in your team. So the teamwork is going to be another capability, because we were talking about hard skill. But if we talk about soft skill, which kind of soft skill you think we will need, or in 5 years will be needed?
Yeah, for me, I don't know if sales, but transmit what you are doing. If we are talking about technology and business, and the client don't understand what you are doing, it's like, okay, whatever. Maybe you have the best product in the world, but if you don't know how to sell it, it's not going to work. And I have seen several companies with this problem. Like, they created a great product, they invested a lot of money, but they didn't have the speech or the marketing strategy created, or the profile persona, which is called.
Yeah.
So if you don't know who is going to be your client, if you don't know your client, or how your product is going to be focused on, could be a mess. Because maybe you're creating a great product, maybe it's not the moment. I remember, anyone here knows what is the Second Life? Anna?
Second Life, do you know Second Life?
The teacher knows.
Second Life
was like a metaverse where you were able to create whatever you want inside. Maybe if you wanted to create a bus, you develop a bus, and you got money if the people inside the metaverse used the bus. So it was like a second world where you were able to get money for real. And this is the same of metaverse.
Yes, it's similar to metaverse, but 15 years ago, not 20.
20 years ago. So maybe it wasn't the perfect moment for the.
Well, it was not, the technology by this time was not really ready, let's say like that. But it was early. It's like the Google Glasses, for example. It was early to the market.
Exactly.
And now metaverse is.
Now metaverse, everybody's talking about metaverse, but this was created 20 years ago. Why now? Because the momentum is now. Okay. So artificial intelligence. When I joined IBM in 2013, Watson was artificial intelligence, but nobody was talking about that. So now everybody's talking about that. Okay, that's great. We have to take advantage of that. But yeah, think about what are you going to create. Now, the problem is that as everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, everybody's creating companies related with artificial intelligence. And for me, I don't know, 80%, 70% of the cases is smoke. Yes. They are using artificial intelligence for something that, okay, you don't need artificial intelligence, but you have to be there. With the metaverse, it was the same. Everybody was creating small worlds that nobody used, but it's the same.
Yeah, it was kind of hype sometimes.
Yeah, it's a hype, yeah.
Okay, so let's go now to your area of expertise, cybersecurity. What are the real challenges today in cybersecurity, and how do you think we can cope with them?
Yeah. For me, right now, the challenge that we have in cybersecurity, and we were discussing this last week, was artificial intelligence oriented to cybersecurity. We were talking about 3 opportunities and 3 threats that are related with this mix. And why? Because you have to think something. If we have access to artificial intelligence, the bad guys has it as well. So if the cyber attacks now are going to use artificial intelligence, we need artificial intelligence to stop them. And I'm going to give you an example. There is a company in Spain, I cannot say the name, but yes, the use case. So a company here in Spain knows when an employee is going to leave the company 7 days before he left. So he leaves. So why? Because artificial intelligence connects several dots and say, okay, this guy is connecting a pen drive. This guy is exfiltrating client's information. He's stealing this, whatever. He's coming to the office suddenly at 7 a.m. So different behaviors that artificial intelligence can relate that this is something related with a cyber attack. Okay. So this company actually is working right now, knows, okay, in 7 days, this guy is going to try to steal something or is going to leave the company, which is also an opportunity for ethical opportunities. I mean, I have a friend which is a lawyer, and now this guy is specialized, like you as well, right, Monica? This kind of ethical stuff.
Yes.
So at the end, there are a lot of ethical points. For instance, what do you do with an employee that you know that in 7 days he's going to try to steal data and he's going to leave the company? But he didn't do anything yet. Like Minority Report, the movie. So there is an ethical aspect as well here, and this is a challenge at the end, because you know that this guy is going to steal information, because the behavior is exactly the same that the last 100 employees that steal information. But he didn't steal anything yet. What do you do? I think, I don't have the answer. But there are several challenges too related with ethical stuff. And there is a website which is moralmachine.net. Moralmachine.net. This website is very related with artificial intelligence, autonomous cars. And it's a very simple example. Imagine that you go 100 kilometers per hour, and suddenly a kid comes up with a ball playing football. And on the other side, you have, I don't know, a very old person playing football as well. And that artificial intelligence car or autonomous car has to take a decision. Who's going to live? And at the end, someone is developing that. I mean, a human is teaching what decision they have to take. So if you go to the moralmachine.net, you can put several use cases. You can configure your own use cases, and you can compare your answers with answers from other parts of the world. For instance, with China, if you compare China and Spain, in Spain, everybody saves to the children, normally. In China, everybody saves to the old guy. So it depends on the culture as well. So at the end, we have different challenges there. And so for me, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence and these ethical aspects are going to be something to research, to invest money, or to generate opportunities right now. Yep.
Okay. And regarding your company, just a little explain to the audience a little bit more on the platform, on the value of your company. And you can test as well in the university, because they have an agreement with the computing team or the more technical team, and you can try that if you have if you
can ask Anna.
You can ask
it's
about
great
this.
because we have created a room with different laptops where you can go there and train and hack real stuff, real scenarios that we have. You can start with very easy scenarios, and you can go all the deeper that you want. Medium, hard. Yeah, take the opportunity. Yeah.
So it's a trained, it's a safe way to train people to hack, because it is true that in the market, I don't know exactly your competition, Enrique, but in the 5 years ago or 6 years, there is not a specific training for hackers, and everybody needs to, let's say, teach themselves. And as you say, it is the difference between the ethical hackers or the white hat hackers, or the black hat hackers. So it is a difference. So I think your platform is changing.
And right now in the world, it's going to be 3.5 million of cybersecurity positions that are not going to be covered in the next 2 years.
3.5 million.
3.5 million in the world that the industry is taking for granted that this is not going to be covered. So we have to put there, I don't know, someone which is not expert in cybersecurity. So yeah, and so the bad guys know this as well.
Knows as well. And
so that's why we are watching on TV all the time. This company has been hacked. This company has been hacked. And if you ask how many people these guys had on the cybersecurity department, average, I would say 2 people, 1 people for a company which 5,000 employees, or I don't know. It's crazy because there are no people available.
So it's a platform you can use. It's a huge opportunity, I think. And who knows, maybe the business mix with this kind of technology, because as you said, it's not only technical people, it's lawyer as well regarding this, and it's and finance and so on. So okay,
Legal, HR.
yeah, so it's a mix in they can use. Okay, so I think just we will end with some message from Enrique, like a tweet message for the audience, and then we will open for question. I hope we have question for the audience that I'm sure he will be willing to ask about your career or whatever.
Okay.
So
yeah, I was taking a look to Elon Musk, this kind of Jeff Bezos sentences or whatever, quotes. And I realized that it was another one, which was this one. And I said, I like that because at the end, artificial intelligence is great because we are going to detect these kind of threats instead of in years or in months, in minutes. So it's great. But at the same point, if you use wrong the technology, we are going to have bad results. So that's normally I finish my conferences saying that yes to the technology, but use it properly. Okay, that's for me. That's the key. So the technology itself is not bad; it's how we use it. Okay, and this I love this sentence, but the truth is that was created by ChatGPT. So, but it was really good fun because I was looking for Elon Musk one, super inspiring one. At the end, I like this one, and it's related with AI, with cyber, and I think you that are business guys interested in technology, I think you have a lot of opportunities in front of you, and specifically in cybersecurity. Yeah.
What? So you have take notes and just remember Enrique, because I'm sure he will be very famous on growing the platform in the future and so on. So we open for questions right now. Big applause. Question? Yes.
Hello. What is the future of the Hack Rock company? Like, how far do you expect it to get? And how do you ensure all that it gets and all that it learns to do is safe for everyone and won't get into something like dark and evil?
Yeah. Starting with the second question, thank you very much for both. In our terms and conditions, we have a great disclaimer saying we are not responsible about the skills that you're going to get. At the end, this is like the police. This is like the experts to open doors. I mean, when you need to open a door because you forget the key, you're going to call these guys. But at the end, these guys could open whatever door that they want. So it is true that there is a moral aspect here. Okay, but I think it's important to have these kind of skills as well. But yeah, it's a very good question. We are going to teach you very interesting stuff, but what about how do you use it? That's your responsibility at the end. Okay. And the first question is, for me, hackrocks has to be the standard of practical training in cybersecurity globally. If you go to a cybersecurity event, which they are called whatever con, like CON at the end, in Spain we have AsturCon, whatever con. If you see that in these hackers events where there are a lot of hackers pitching how to hack a website or a vulnerability that they discovered and these kind of things, normally you have a thing that is called capture the flag, a CTF. This is a competition for hackers where you hack stuff in a period of time. So the guy who hacks the most content in the less time is going to win. So right now we are using hackrocks for that, and I think we are going to be, or we want to be, the standard of this kind of knowledge or training methods, better say. Because if you go to internet right now, you can see some initiatives. Maybe Google is creating this master degree, or the university you have a master degree, but at the end there is no a product to complement this information. That's why we are collaborating with the university, with the Universidad Europea, to complement cybersecurity trainings with a platform like ours to hack for real. So for me, we want to be the standard of these kind of platforms in the future. Thank you for the questions.
Hi. So I've heard that we can try the platform, right? Could I get more details how that could be done? I didn't quite get it.
Sure. Well, you have two options. First one, if you are in your house, you can go hackrocks.com/hackers, and you can create an account for free. So you have we have more than 40,000 people right now. There is a ranking. Everything is gamified. You're gonna get badges, whatever. And with that same user, you can go to the room that we have here in the university, and there is a room with a ranking and with different competitions. So you can play that, and you can talk with the IT club and say, hey guys, we want to train this. We are a group of 8 people, and we want to learn cybersecurity in a practical way. So they are gonna tell you, okay, you can come at this time to this room, and we are gonna prepare a scenario for you. And basically, it's our platform with different scenarios, very easy ones and very hard ones. You can choose. And actually, the students from the club are creating different challenges for people from other careers. So it's great. If you go there and you say, I would like to know something about cybersecurity and metaverse or artificial intelligence, whatever, you can use the content that hackrocks already has, or they can create content for you as well. Because that's one of the purpose of the club, right, Anna? Actually, last week we had a competition. It was open for everybody. And they created all the content, and this was very good fun and very professional, by the way. So the content that you can find in hackrocks and the content that the students are creating is very, very good. We are very happy with the collaboration that we are having, and the level of the challenges or how they are creating these challenges in order to different people can learn cybersecurity is amazing. They are a very good level of people. The IT club and the cybersecurity area in the IT club of the European University. Anna is the one. You can talk with Anna. Right? He's there, the teacher who is managing the team.
So Anna, you can stand up and
Hello. Okay, if you need information about the IT club, the Hacknet club, ask me or my email. Later I can give us.
Thank you.
In your experience, what are some common misconceptions about cybersecurity, and how can organizations or individuals better educate themselves about the topic?
Yeah, good question. Normally, and this is not only in cybersecurity, it's always in the technical profiles. It depends on the country. For instance, in the US, probably if you are a technical guy, you are going to have a huge salary comparing with the sales guy. Here in Spain is the opposite. I mean, in Spain, non-technical people has more salary than technical people, but at some point, related with business makes sense because in Spain, unfortunately, we are selling more products that we are creating.
and developing.
I mean, in the US, they are creating products every day, but here in Spain, normally we are selling the products that are created in the US. That's why here in Spain, normally gets more money the sales guy who sells more, but in the US, is the technical guy who creates more. So I think that's one of the misperceptions that we have, at least here in Spain, that technical guy, we are nerds, we don't have a lot of friends. And okay, you can pay a bit to these guys and that's all. I think that's changing because there are not enough people, at least in cybersecurity. So right now, in 2010, it was a bubble in the salaries of the programmers. It was huge, like 100K is for something with 21, 23. But now it's more for cybersecurity. I have friends, very young friends, having huge salaries here in Spain because they know a lot of cybersecurity, or they have been hired for an American company but living in Spain. So you have an American salary. So that's one of the things. And the other one in cybersecurity is the thing that if you say that you work in cybersecurity or if you're a hacker, is that you're a bad guy. No, it's like, okay, you are hacking things, you are hacking a bank, that's why you have money, something like that. So it's not that. I've never in my life hacked something for my own
benefit.
But it's true that it's something that, oh, do you work in cybersecurity? You're a hacker? Oh, okay, be careful with this guy. It's not that. It's completely the opposite, and we need more people in this area. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi. I have a question about something you mentioned. It was about QR codes to hack people, cameras. I would like you to tell me something more because, yeah, please.
No, thank you for the question. Do you know, this is a great example. Do you know the program called, Spanish TV called Horizonte? Iker Jimenez. Okay, Iker Jimenez has different shows or TV shows. One of them is related with paranormal activities, and the other one is related with technology. I was in the technology one several times, and one of them I made live demonstration about how to hack people through a QR code and how to spy people through the front camera. And I made that live. I mean, it wasn't prepared or something. I made that with the presenter of the show. And so it's in cuatro.com. So you can see a video. I'm going to explain to you how it works, but you have the video in cuatro.com. So how does it work? Imagine that you go to a restaurant, and thanks to the COVID, this is growing a lot. If you go to a restaurant and you see a QR code on the table, and the waiter say, hey, can you scan that to choose your menu, whatever? Of course, yes. And you scan that, maybe that QR code has another QR code on top. Or directly, the bad guy removed the QR and put another QR code. What that it means? A QR code like this one at the end is a lot of numbers. Could be a URL, could be your contact information, could be this number, could be whatever. If I put there, instead of the menu, I put my menu, like replicating the other one. But in addition to that, I put a malware in the menu. Once you download the PDF file, you get infected. So once you are infected, normally we have almost total access to your mobile phone. So we can listen through the microphones, see through the camera, whatever. At the end, you have installed an app that I made in your smartphone. So in this app, I can say, I want to spy through the camera. I want to hear. I want to whatever. I made another example in Kinepolis, which is close to here, the cinemas. We put a paper on the crystal of the door outside saying, get a 50% of discount to see the latest movie that was that day. Scan this QR code, install our app, and put a feedback in Google Play. It was an excuse. The point was that with that app, and that was in Discovery Channel, and that we made that for real in Kinepolis. So with that, we made that I was getting all the SMS that you received. And yeah, I was putting a pop-up in your smartphone saying, something happened with your Gmail account, please log in again. You know that when you change the password, that comes up. So we made a copy of that to steal Gmail credentials, steal SMS, and we created a way to propagate the malware. So every time that you receive a call and you finish the call, automatically you send an SMS to the other person saying, sorry, I forgot to tell you something. Install this app, it's great. I get a benefit if you install it. So everything started to propagate around all the cinema. And that was for real, and that was here in Madrid. So it's very easy that if one person make a mistake, all your family, all the class, all the company probably is going to be infected, or everybody's going to be in a mess because only of one person. So imagine that I am a bad guy and I want to hack the university, or I want to hack IBM, or I want to hack HP, these great companies. In IBM, we were 300 people or 300K people. Imagine. Only with one mistake, probably the whole company can be hacked. It's very easy to destroy. If you are a bad guy, it's very easy to destroy, and it's much complicated to make something safe. And you have to think in mind that, or to keep in mind that 100% of cybersecurity doesn't exist. So you have to consider that you're going to be hacked. The question is when and how. So the much like barriers that you put there is going to be much better. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, and I wanted to ask in regards to whether you're hacked or no, how do you really get to know whether you've been infected, or and what measures can you take to...
Yeah, first of all, the first measure that I always recommend is two-factor authentication, which means that in addition to the username and password, you need something else. Could be an SMS, could be a code, different stuff. By the way, do you know this? Any of you have this in Instagram, for instance? When you log in Instagram, you receive an SMS, right? And what about WhatsApp, for instance? In WhatsApp, you can configure exactly the same. Imagine that I am a bad guy and I want to hack your WhatsApp. Instead of hacking you, maybe it's easier to create a copy of your SIM card, because I have a friend in a store or something like that, and I create a copy of your SIM card. When I put the copy of your SIM card in my phone, I'm going to receive an SMS from WhatsApp saying, hey, you are who you're supposed to be? Yes, I am. And I have your WhatsApp, that easy. So that's happening in Spain right now. So if in addition to that, you add a PIN code to your WhatsApp, it's not only be valid the SMS, you need the PIN code. So at the end is to combine two things. Something that you have, like your mobile phone, something that you know, that your password, your username, and something that belongs to you, like the fingerprint. You have to combine at least two of them to be protected. Okay, that's like a best practices use case. And in addition to that, And in a laptop, it's really complicated to know if you're having hacked, or almost impossible at some point. But in a smartphone, you can detect different stuff. In the example that I was telling before to your colleague is, how can I detect that a phone is taking pictures of me, in this case of the QR code one, every 5 seconds, and uploading these pictures to the cloud, because I had a server in the cloud to receive the pictures. So there are different indicators. The first one is the battery. Take pictures every 5 seconds and upload the picture to internet, consumes a lot of battery. So the battery suddenly is why this is going down that fast. And the second is the temperature of the mobile phone. Because if the mobile phone is all the time doing stuff, it's gonna be warm, like, so warm or hot, whatever. So that's another thing. If you feel that suddenly, why, I don't know, if the metro, if you are underground, maybe you detect that the phone is burning. And that's why, because the telephone is constantly looking for network. So it's something similar. If I steal information from your phone every 5 seconds, or you have a spyware which is sending information about you every second, it's gonna be, something is gonna happen there. So there are some small indicators, but it's literally impossible to know 100% whether you are hacked or not. Sorry for that answer, but it's simple. That's why we have work. I mean, we have jobs at the end, and we need hackers, because every day you can be hacked, or maybe right now you are hacked.
And is there any way to like countermeasure that? Like,
There are some companies, or actually I'm doing the same. If there's something really, really important for you, don't connect it to internet. There are some companies that are printing paper again. And hey, this is not going to be in our database. It's a super confidential contract. Okay, only paper contract. That's another option. Maybe it's not unhackable 100% because someone can sit to the camera and take a picture. I don't know. But I know some companies that the very confidential information are not online anymore. Physically.
Thank you.
And the meetings physically always.
One more? Last one?
If you have any question, wherever, I put my social media before as well. You can send me questions, send me emails, whatever. Okay, I'm happy to help. And we're going to be here right now in a lunch or something, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quick question. Say I think I got hacked for whatever reason. What do I do? Can I do something about it, or just have to accept it?
If you have been hacked?
If I think I've been hacked for whatever reason.
No, of course, you have to do something. You cannot say, as I cannot do anything, I'm not going to do it. No. There are several steps that you can do. Yeah, good question. For instance, and you can do this right now. If you go to settings in your phone, you can see to the permissions area, and you can go to the microphone and the camera one, for instance. And you're going to see all the apps that has access to that permission. I'm doing that every month, every a couple of weeks, and I remove stuff that I don't need, for instance. Okay. So normally you have to say, as a countermeasure, if something is comfortable and easy to access, it's not going to be safe. And the opposite. If I have 4 steps to make a bank transfer, means that it's going to be safer, but it's not comfortable. Receive an SMS, use a card, whatever. So normally, if it's something that you really want to protect, you have to add more steps, and it has to be complicated to access to that. Maybe it's going to take 3 minutes instead of 3 seconds, but you're going to be safer. Okay. And check this out several times in the month, review the permissions, review apps that you are not using. Or before installing an app, think very well about that app, why I need that app, why this app is giving an iPhone for free. This is something funny, but it's working. Or you have to think one thing. If you receive in your spam folder ridiculous offers, which of course are a cyber attack, means that it's working. Because the bad guys are not wasting time. So if you receive, this iPhone is for free, click here and install our app. Of course, it's a scam, but it's working. If not, you don't receive that in your email folder. Okay?
Okay, so thank you very much, Enrique.
No, thank
it
you.
was really...
And thank you, Monica, for the interview.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Well, with this we complete this morning sessions. Thank you very much for your attendance. I think we went through some hypes and some new applications and some dangers and some challenges for AI as part of our everyday lives as of today. So thank you very much and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Sí, es mío, todo es mío. Para que no se me...